Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City of Boynton Beach City Commission meeting. Today is Tuesday, November 1st, 2022, and the time is now 6:03 p.m. Before we begin any further, just as a quick reminder for any new guests here this evening, our rules of civility and decorum. Members of the commission, please wait to be addressed by the chair and not interrupt a speaker. All those speaking during public comments, please address your comments to the commission as a whole and not to any individual on the dais or even in those in the audience. We will not tolerate any sort of insults or personal attacks. Any disruptive behaviors are likewise prohibited. And should you violate these rules, you will receive a warning, and after which you'll be asked to be removed from these chambers. So please govern yourselves accordingly. Let's begin with roll call. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Penserga,
Here.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
Present.
Commissioner Hay,
Present.
Commissioner Turkin,
Present.
Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Our invocation for this evening will be led by Rabbi Michael Simon of Temple Beth Kodesh, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Commissioner Amy Kelly. Let's all stand for the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance.
Almighty God, Master of the universe, we ask your blessings for our city, for its government, for its leaders and advisors, and for all who exercise just and rightful authority. May they administer all affairs of this city fairly, so that peace and security, happiness and prosperity, justice and equality for all may forever be in our midst. Almighty God, bless our mayor, our commission members, and all those assembled here with good health. Guide their deliberations, that they may govern this great city with insight, understanding, compassion, civility, and fellowship. May they constantly realize that in laboring for the enactment of just laws and policies and the betterment of our city, they are bringing honor to your name and blessing to humankind. Grant them the wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of the welfare and true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, confidence in what is good and fitting, and the ability to work together in harmony, even when there is honest disagreement. May they come to their work with a vision of a stronger and a better Boynton Beach. May they always have the strength to lead our community toward that vision by their words, decisions, and actions, and may have the courage and the strength to do all that. And let us say, Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Rabbi, and thank you, everyone. The next portion of the agenda is agenda approval, additions, deletions, and corrections. I've been informed by our council there's a request to add a request under 11C for a closed door shade meeting.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission, at 11C, I'd like to add a request, a closed-door executive session with the City Commission on two separate lawsuits, on the JKM lawsuit, as well as E2L.
All right, thank you, Council.
That time, thank you.
All right, thank you. And as for myself, I just want to add one minor item. I know that we'll be heading off to the National League of Cities Conference very soon. And we also have an upcoming update from staff on the state of our infrastructure. So I'd like to request that in the commission meeting, after we've heard that presentation on infrastructure and after we've attended the National League of Cities Conference, I'd like for this commission to have a discussion on a framework for the ARAPA funds, the American Rescue Plan Act funds. This way, we will have heard the infrastructure update, as well as we will have heard all of the ideas of what other cities and other states are doing with that. So that's a great opportunity for us to learn and see what was successful and not successful. So we'll be armed with that information. Okay, that's my only request. So that's after when we come back. Anything else from my colleagues? Commissioner Hay? All right, Vice Mayor?
Nothing for me.
All right, Commissioner Turkin?
Yes, I'd like to move up 3E right before 3A, because I know some people have to leave.
All right.
And then I'd also like to add, I don't know, you kind of touched on it already, Mayor, so you tell me where this will see fit. I'd like to add to today discussion of approving and authorizing $50,000 to go to the Wounded Veterans Relief Fund, which is a nonprofit from our ARPA funds.
All right, excellent. I think that is a very good cause, a very great organization, and something that I can get behind. I would like to have the framework discussion first. However, that doesn't prevent us from having this particular item discussed.
Sure.
So if my colleagues are okay, if we could have that initial discussion today, but ultimately I want that framework so we have a master plan for spending those funds wisely. Colleagues, what is your pleasure? Would you like to have that discussion today or not?
I'd like to get it done today. That's just me. I think this is a very fitting day to do it. It's a very fitting month to do it.
And your heart is in the right place. I
Thank
agree
you,
with
Commissioner.
that. We can have that discussion, but I too would like to have an opportunity to become more familiar than handing out $50,000 just like that, because we're going to be inundated by other organizations with the same type of request without having gone over this. So I don't have a problem with it, discussing it, but I'm not familiar with this.
I mean,
Vice Mayor?
I'm open to having a discussion.
All right,
Okay,
so
that's fine.
it's a discussion item. I see no harm in discussing. Anything else, Commissioner Turkin?
Nope, that's it.
All right, Commissioner Kelly?
No, I don't have any additions. Thank you.
All right, if there's nothing else, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
We
Second.
have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes. The agenda is approved as amended. All right, moving on to informational items by members of the City Commission. Let's begin in the opposite direction. Commissioner Kelly?
I do not have any disclosures at this time. I did, though, on October 27th, I had an opportunity to do reading for the record at Citrus Cove. It was their first year in quite a few years doing it. And so it was successful. They just had me, and then I had an opportunity to talk to my daughter's class about government and how city government is different than state and federal. And so we had a good day. It was good. Thank you.
Excellent. Sounds like you had a good time. Commissioner Turkin, any updates?
Nope, just I did speak with both Phil Toronto and Mike Barwas about 11C, I believe.
Okay, let's go to Vice Mayor Cruz.
Yes, I do have a disclosure regarding 11. Does it see?
Yes.
Yes, 11C. I also spoke with Phil Toronto, and I actually wanted to say I attended the firefighter climb this weekend. It was a really fantastic event. Wanted to thank everybody for putting that together. It was a really great cause. And I wanted to give a special shout out to Mrs. Huffman. She actually won as the fastest female in the competition. So I just wanted to give her a special shout out. Thank you.
Commissioner Hay.
Yes, I had the distinct honor of attending the Hindu New Year celebration at their temple here in Boynton. And the red carpet was rolled out to me along with the mayor, except we had to take off our shoes. Also attended the first Friday concert that we had here in amphitheater, which is always great. Really like to see more of our citizens take advantage of just having a good old time. Come out and participate. That's the first Friday of each month. Just calling out. I believe it's around 6 o'clock.
Yes, it was an all-day event, but I think the majority of the events occurred at
Come around that time. Also attended the Bulldogs, our Little League football team homecoming. That was always a great event. And then I took a trip with our staff up to Palm Beach Gardens to their sports complex. What an awesome layout. Something that we can learn from and sort of model what we plan to do here in Boynton. And shout out to the Deputy Assistant City Manager, Andrew Mack, and the rest of them that went with us. Really had a great time, and it opened our eyes to what could be done. They really do have a really nice complex at the Palm Beach Garden Sports Complex. And then let me say, lastly, that this coming Sunday will be what we call Souls to the Polls. This is for everyone. It's not for one political party or the other. It's not one nationality or another. It's for everyone. We need to push voting, period, whomever you vote for. And so that activity will be from 3 until 6. It will begin. There will be a march, a celebration march from St. John Missionary Baptist Church right here on Seacrest to the Ezel Hester Center. And there will be food and all types of activity. We invite every one of you to come out and participate in that great event. That's Souls to the Polls on this coming Sunday from 3 o'clock until 6. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Hay. And I don't know if I need to repeat everything you said, but I went to the same events you did. Thank you to those who invited me to the Hindu temple. I have to be honest, I didn't know how large that community was in Boynton Beach, and it's nice to know that we have a very rich and diverse city. And I also attended the trunk or treat at Citrus Cove Elementary, so thank you to all those parents and organizers there. That was awesome. And if you've never been to trunk or treat, it is a time for the families to bring out their trunks and do a display, whether it's Jurassic Park or the Magic School Bus, and the kids move around. And of course, they do their trick or treating. There was a dance party. It was a great time for the kids, which they desperately need. I also want to mention thank you to staff for organizing these awesome Fun Friday events. I always have a good time, and I look forward to seeing you there at the Souls to the Polls, Commissioner Hay. All right.
Very good.
I also want to disclose that I did have discussions with Phil Serrano, Jessica Ferguson, and I also visited the sports complex in Gardens. Okay. And that is pertaining to 11C. And that is it for me. Commissioner Kelly, I see your hand is up.
Yes, I missed my disclosure. It happened so long ago, but I did have an opportunity to meet with Phil Toronto up in Palm Beach Gardens with city staff. So I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Excellent. Anything else from my colleagues before we move on? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next portion of the agenda. We have a very special announcement next. This happens once a year. We'll be announcing our employee recipient of the 2022 Tim Howard Excellence in Public Service Award. This is one of the highest awards, if not the highest award, we can give to a public service employee. Let me tell you about the Tim Howard Excellence in Public Service Award. It recognizes and honors one city employee who has made a lasting, worthwhile contribution to the city by consistently demonstrating their commitment to the city of Boynton Beach through their embodiment of excellence as a public servant, consistently performing their job in an ethical manner and with integrity, consistently displaying exceptional dependability and initiative by regularly performing duties above and beyond those normally assigned or expected. For those who did not know Mr. Tim Howard, beginning in 2008, he served as the city's deputy finance director, then finance director, and ultimately as assistant city manager of administrative services until he passed away in October 2019. Mr. Howard demonstrated an unwavering commitment and dedication to providing the highest level of ethical public service for our city, and this award is presented in his honor and memory. This year, the nominations received were overwhelmingly in support of this year's recipient. Is he here with his family? I hope he is. Here is a sampling, hold on a second, here's a sampling of what the recipient's colleagues had to say, so you have a sense of what people were saying about him. Is always available to assist with any request, extremely patient and attentive with all problems, has great customer service skills, always treats people with respect even if they do not return the respect. Constantly assists with all city events even though there is no requirement to do so, going truly above and beyond. Demonstrates excellence as a public servant every day with the public, works tirelessly to assist and solve problems even when dealing with situations that are not the easiest to broach, This recipient regularly exhibits the city's ethics, consistently shows initiative and exceptional dependability with various problems that occur throughout the building, from dealing with patrons that are causing a scene, breaking up potential fights, breaking up potential fights, or just ensuring the doors are locked. This recipient is always trying to make everyone's job safer and easier. Through professionalism and knowledge, this recipient assists patrons that come into City Hall every day and makes their experience more enjoyable. This recipient is that one employee everyone gets to and who never complains. This recipient is an employee everyone depends on, whether it is alarms going off, dirty bathrooms, food delivery, etc. An upbeat and positive person who goes above and beyond to ensure those who visit Town Square have a positive experience, truly cares about the city, its residents, visitors, and business owners, and loves coming to work every day, enjoys helping others, and always mentions how rewarding it is to help people, including city staff. Recipient has a contagious smile, absolutely, and always greets you to make you feel welcomed when you are walking into the building. This recipient makes sure we are always in a safe environment by keeping an eye out for unusual activity and by always making the right decision regarding how to proceed with any situation. This year's recipient of the Tim Howard Excellence in Public Service Award goes to Mr. J. Loperfido.
All right.
Thank you all. Thank you. It's gonna be hard to top that. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say.
Let's do a quick picture. There you go. It's yours now. Oh, you want to get the family up here?
Yeah, Shane, my brother's all right.
Come on,
Is that
come
right?
on, family, come on
Shane,
up.
Karen?
Come on, come on.
Thanks. I'm usually shy.
How are you?
My brother, right?
Nice to meet you. Oh, Shane, nice meeting you, Shane. How are you? Nice to meet you.
Congratulations. Man, we're getting with the man, get everything.
Yep.
I'm trying to get the camera in the top so you have it on the video too. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jay. You want to say a few words? No. All right, absolutely. Nice to meet you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. I did want to say a few words.
Microphone.
Oh,
You got it.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little nervous, so I did write something down a little bit. A little nervous. I just want to start by saying thank you for all that voted me. It really means a lot to me because it is an honor and a pleasure to receive this award. The recognition in itself means a lot to me. It's a great deal. I've been a resident and a homeowner, Boynton Beach, my wife and I, over a little over 7 years now, and we found a new home here. I'm so grateful to be a part of this great city and be a part of a great team. I truly do enjoy helping people. I do. I love to put a smile on people's face and brighten their day. It's not my job. It's a real passion for me. I really do enjoy helping people. I mean, that makes me happy. And then I just want to give a special thanks to all the departments I work for. I help everybody out, the events team, my wife and brother. You guys saw them here. They've been supportive of me. I work, my team, my manager, my team in that department, they're all very supportive of me and allow me to do what I enjoy doing, to be out there. And I'm just going to continue to just be me, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Anyhow, guys, thank you so much.
Thank you, Jay. Or as I call him, Officer Jay. That's when I first met you. All right. Commissioners, would you like to say a few words? Anybody want to add anything?
I
Go
just
ahead,
like to say, Jay is just a bubble of joy. You know, sometimes I'm having a bad day or I'm thinking too hard. And I just happen to meet Jay in the hallway, and he lights me up, man. With his smile and he'll tell me a joke or whatever. He is really, really deserving of this award. I couldn't think of a better person, Jay. All right.
Vice Mayor.
Oh, Jay, from the first time I met you, you have been such a phenomenal person. With a big smile on your face, even before I got elected, so thank you so much when I think about Jay, I think about service, right? And serving our community, serving our city, and providing a service that goes beyond your job description. But as Commissioner Hayes stated earlier, just putting a smile on your face, being kind, being, courteous, and treating everybody with respect and with just happiness. So we definitely appreciate you. Congratulations.
Commissioner Turkin.
Good man, Jay. I think people would say, Jay's lucky to get this award or honorable to get this award, but I think the city of Boynton Beach is lucky to have Jay. Because when you walk in, this guy, it doesn't matter what you're walking in for. You could be as mad as you want at the city. You're gonna leave City Hall feeling good and having a smile on your face. And I've witnessed it firsthand. And I've also witnessed how he treats the residents and guests of our city firsthand, whether it's that first Friday in City Hall looking for somebody. So thank you for what you do. You're a true definition of customer service and service to your community.
Commissioner Kelly.
Everyone stole all the good stuff. So just congratulations. You really are. You're a friend to strangers, and you treat everyone as though they are your friends, and that is amazing. And so, just thank you for all you do for the city, for making the city your home, both at work and at home. So thank you.
All right. The only thing left for me to say is I didn't know you broke up some fights. So bless your heart, because we need someone like you. All right. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on to the next item. We did move up our next item, which is the proclamation honoring.
Yeah.
Yes.
Could I interject
sure.
something? Just charge it to my head and not my heart. I need to bring this up because our reading coalition here in Boynton Beach has an annual program that they call Read for the Record. And this is where we have our citizen, our staff, the commissioners read to the students of the various schools. I had the distinct pleasure of reading to the kids at Ponciana Elementary. And let me tell you, that was a live bunch. I happened to read the book of Nigel and the Moon. Okay. And I had the fourth graders, my wife and I, and that's a great opportunity. It is a competition between the cities. The one who has the most citizens, and you all are welcome, have bragging rights. Okay. But it's an opportunity to identify and relate to the kids in our schools. And like I said, I was at Ponciana Elementary. Let me say this before I close, Mayor. I don't know how many of you know, but Ponciana Elementary has what they call a planetarium. I think I got that right. We had the opportunity of having that explained to us, and we were given examples and the program, and it is phenomenal. As a matter of fact, we were told that it is the only one of its kind east of the Mississippi, okay, right here in Boynton. So we have so much to be proud of. That's just one of many elements that we have. But right here at Ponciana Elementary School, we have this planetarium that talks about the stars in the skies and it gives you examples. If you ever have the opportunity, please go out to Ponciana, talk with the principal. They would be more than happy to give you a tour of that building. It's something to see. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. The next item is a proclamation honoring veterans and military families. This was requested by Commissioner Turkin. Commissioner, I'm going to turn to you for this item.
Yep. Before I read the proclamation, I just want to start with a poem by Father Dennis Edward O'Brien, United States Marine Corps. It is the Marine, not the reporter, who has given us freedom of the press. It is the airman, not the poet, who has given us freedom of speech. It is the soldier, not the campus organizer, who has given us the freedom to demonstrate. It is the sailor, not the lawyer, who has given us the right to a fair trial. Before I read this proclamation, I just want to go down a list of local veterans that are here. Some are friends, some are citizens, some are city staff. I want to thank all of our city staff who have served, currently serving, for what you do, and this is for you and your families. First, I'm going to start off with Master Sergeant Bobby Taylor, Global War on Terror. Staff Sergeant Nick Cannon, Global War on Terror. All these are going to be Global War on Terror until I stop. United States Air Force, Staff Sergeant Elias Velez, U.S. Army. Staff Sergeant Elaine Velez, U.S. Army. Sergeant Jackson Campbell, U.S. Army. Sergeant Maurice Harrell, United States Marines. All those Global War on Terror, thank you. Tom Kaiser, World War II. Stanley Gablick, Korean War. Petty Officer Second Class Howard Manders, Vietnam. James Sizik, Vietnam. Bubba Hamilton, Vietnam. And with mention Harvey Euler and his father. I'm not sure what era, but I just want to recognize them because they are figures in this community. Whereas the United States has always stood as a beacon of opportunity, freedom, and promise. And whereas each November, the military community celebrates America's veterans and military families in an effort to convey respect for their services and sacrifice. And whereas our nation's communities must engage in ways to serve those who serve. And whereas as we approach this season of Thanksgiving, we send our gratitude to the spouses, partners, children, caregivers, and survivors of our service members and veterans for their selfless sacrifice on behalf of the nation. And whereas presidents and others have called upon Americans to honor military families through private actions and public service for tremendous contributions they make in support of our nation. And whereas the city of Boynton Beach would like to present this proclamation to Tom Kaiser, who fought in World War II, and Stanley Gablick, who fought in the Korean War, both of which are architects of the Boynton Beach Veterans Memorial Park. And whereas the city of Boynton Beach would like to recognize all city employees that are veterans, and now therefore I, Thomas Turkin, Commissioner of the city of Boynton Beach, do hereby proclaim the month of November as National Veterans and Military Families Appreciation Month.
Yes. And who will be accepting that proclamation?
Everyone who served or has a military family, I'd like to meet you at the front here.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will never fit Tom Kaiser's shoes.
Excuse me, on behalf of Tom Kaiser, unfortunately, Tom Kaiser has taken very sick in the past couple of days. And he sends his regards. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
My name is Jim Sizik. Thank you very much. I'll make sure Tom sees this.
All
God
right.
bless you all.
Thank you so much. You too.
God bless.
The next announcement, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jackson Campbell, and I was a sergeant in the United States Marine Corps. I just wanted to take this as an opportunity to thank the mayor, the vice mayor commission, especially you, Commissioner Turkin, for recognizing the veteran community. It's no secret that there's a decline in recognition for the veteran community, and being that they give so much for Americans, I think that it's an honor for the city to give them some recognition. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next item is just an announcement that the Veterans Day ceremony will be held at Tom Kaiser Boynton Beach Veterans Memorial Park, located at 411 North Federal Highway on Friday, November 11th, 2022, starting at 11 a.m. The ceremony will honor and recognize all individuals that have served in the United States Armed Forces. So again, that's November 11th, starting at 11 a.m. The next announcement is that the City of Boynton Beach Marketing and Events Department recently received 7 different industry awards. I was given a list, so let me just share that with all of you. The categories were from the Gold Coast PR Council Bernays Award. This is for our e-newsletter. We received first place for the photo category, 4th of July Hydroflight Photo from the Florida Festivals and Events Association Sensational Awards, as well as third place in installations category, the Pride Mural Installation. We received the Gold Award for Best Commemorative Poster 50th Holiday Parade. This is from the International Festivals and Events Association. We received the Silver Award for Best Event Newsletter, as well as the Silver Award for the Best Calendar. We also received an award from the Florida City and County Management Association 2022 Photo Contest. So thank you to our marketing and events team. You do fantastic work, and we appreciate you very much. The next announcement is pertaining to a tree planting event on November 5th, 2022, in partnership with Community Greening and the St. George's Society of Palm Beach. And the final item for announcement is a proclamation, the month of November as National Family Caregivers Month. Ricky Petty, Project Director for Healthier Boynton Beach, I was told will be here to accept the proclamation. Ms. Oyer, I see you're coming up. Did you want to add anything to the tree planting event?
Yeah, I have a whole presentation.
Oh, I was not informed, but I'm
yes.
happy to hear it.
That's the whole point of me being here. If you want
events.
to check, I get to talk. Yeah, thank you. Susan Oyer, I'm president and founder of the St. George's Society of Palm Beach. Here, there's one for each of you. Thank you. So we are delighted. We are a 15-year-old English heritage organization. Several of our members are from the Boynton Beach area. We have been planting trees for the last year. Notice the fancy t-shirt, which is our logo for the tree planting event. We decided to tackle global warming, and knowing that Boynton is probably the single most sustainable city in the state of Florida, it makes sense. And since I was on sustainability board for years, I wanted to make sure we got some trees planted into Boynton. If you look at our brochure here in the middle, you'll see the tree initiative that we've made for the last year and a half now. We have planted 1,000 trees into the city of Liverpool. To give you an idea of how bad off Liverpool is, the Boynton, when we started our tree planting, was at approximately 13% canopy coverage. They have 6%. We're at approximately 16% now in the city. So if that gives you some idea of how few trees there actually are in the city of Liverpool. This, of course, was to honor Queen Elizabeth II for the Platinum Jubilee. I went over, I saw the trees. If you go to our website, you can see the trees, and they planted them next to the John Lennon Art and Design School and in one of the major parks. We will be planting more again later this fall. We've donated 10,000 trees to Tanzania in Africa. This was part of our 15th birthday celebrations. We are a 15-year-old organization. Forest Nation, I don't know if you are aware, their plantings are part of the Trillion Tree Project. So this 10,000 trees made a tremendous difference. We have donated 5 very large thatch palms to the town of Palm Beach. They're planted outside Pan's Garden. If you've never gone there, it is Florida's first all-native botanical garden. And it's about 2 blocks north of Worth Avenue. It's on the corner of Chilean and Hibiscus. Go check it out. You'll see our palms. They're right there on Chilean. We are in the process of donating. Here you go. I guess I give this to the city clerk. There you go. Look, she's happy to get that check. We are donating 37 flowering trees to the city of Boynton Beach. Ooh, look, they're passing it around to make sure it's legitimate and signed. We're big on making sure trees are visible and beautiful. In the case of Boynton Beach, you know, I'm always up here talking about the beautification, and that's the #1 demand of businesses and of our residents. So I thought, what better way to do this than to plant flowering trees versus native trees, which tend to fade into the background. So your part of this project is the trees in the background, the natives or the non-flowering ones. Ours will be the flowering ones that are along Woolbright. And when you are driving west of Congress on Woolbright and you go past the fire station, that long strip of land by the canal is the city's, and that's where the trees are going to go. So hopefully we will be doing a wonderful part in beautifying this city for thousands of people to see every day. And we're very proud that a lot of our members are from Boynton and went out of their way. This donation was the largest one we received for any of the local donations because our members really wanted to make a difference in Boynton Beach. And it wasn't with me, and I wasn't even having to twist arms or anything. It was everybody going, wow, I go there regularly for work, for play. I used to live there. Here's a check. We're also donating 5 signature flowering trees to West Palm Beach. That'll be in the next few weeks. We're going there at the end of this month for their commission presentation. If you've ever been to Woodlawn Cemetery, it's the old historic cemetery, the original one in Palm Beach County. It is very bare looking, very sad looking at times. And we are putting 5 major canopy trees in, most likely jacarandas that everyone in every apartment office building in the city can look down and see and smile upon. And I'm hoping our residents do that as they're driving up and down Woolbright. And then finally, we will be donating 96 trees in memory of the Queen to very likely Edinburgh, Scotland, because, or sorry, not Edinburgh, in Glasgow. That is the city that apparently doesn't have enough trees in it. So if you can see, and I have extra brochures if anyone actually cares, but feel free to go to our website, see all the work we do, and see we are active both in the community locally, but internationally. We get a lot of recognition, and you know, it's all of our events are open to the public. Feel free to come anytime. And thank you so much. And we're proud to be able to be a part of beautifying Boynton Beach. And I hope our businesses and our residents make an effort to drive by those trees once they get planted this weekend and, you know, enjoy them in it. I hope it makes them smile. In addition to, of course, solving global warming. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No picture, no handshake. I want it all.
Let's do that. Let's do a picture.
Yeah.
Let's do that. I think that's good. And let's bring the check because. All right, let's do that.
Hi, can I say something?
Yeah, absolutely. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Susan,
Everyone can be in the picture.
on behalf of the commission and myself, I wanted to thank you and St. George Society of Palm Beach for donating all of these trees. It's a great initiative. We really, really thank you for it. And I know not everybody's always like thinking about that in the front of their mind. So I appreciate you for thinking about it, doing something about it, and actually making a change.
Well, thank you. And I know we're not a huge corporation like the banks that drop $20,000 to plant these trees. We are a local group who fundraised for a year and a half to do this.
That is a huge donation. So
Yeah.
we definitely thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. This is
Oh, you're welcome.
significant. Thank you.
Yes, you're very
All
welcome.
right, let's do the picture.
Yeah, the official picture.
Hang on, Susan. I want to give the best. There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, thank
Anna.
you.
Thank you.
You're the
Thank
right
you.
person to give that to, right?
Susan, before you sit down, I wanted to just get some clear. So the tree planting is Saturday, and are you
Yes.
still looking for volunteers? Do you need people to come out and
Of
help
course.
or, okay.
Yes, it's 9 a.m. to approximately 10:30, 11 o'clock. They usually have enough equipment, but if you have your own gloves and shovels, please bring them with you. Be prepared to plant. And they usually work in teams. Community greening brings out a lot of people. I have some of my members coming. Unfortunately, most of my members are a little elderly. So the more the merrier. Thank you.
Great.
And thank
Okay.
you for announcing that.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I always love the volunteer opportunities that we have in the city because all the time people are asking me, what can we do? What can we do? There's tons of volunteer opportunities. So here's one that's coming on Saturday. Hopefully the weather will be perfect and so come out and help plant trees.
It should be perfect. And you're right. This is the perfect thing for all those high schoolers that need community service hours.
Right.
This is the right thing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
All right, thank you again. Our final item, last but certainly not least, is a proclamation for the month of November as National Family Caregivers Month. I was informed that Ricky Petty is here, and he is the project director for Healthier Boynton Beach, and he will be accepting the proclamation. The proclamation reads as follows: whereas family caregivers greatly improve the quality of life for their loved ones, spending an average of 20 hours per week providing care, with many caring for their loved ones around the clock. And whereas over 43 million adult and over 1.3 million youth family caregivers in the United States are the unacknowledged backbone of the nation's long-term care system by providing daily assistance to manage health and personal care, thus enabling their loved ones to stay in the home longer. And whereas family caregivers promote a culture of support, demonstrate the importance of family, and strive to value the various stages of life for loved ones. And whereas family caregivers are there as full partners in the care of their loved ones in various settings, patients may have more than one doctor, nurses change shifts, prescriptions may be filled at different pharmacies, but family caregivers are the constant advocates and support. And whereas, although family caregiving can be a rewarding experience, it often comes with consequences, such as increased risk for health issues from chronic stress, less time to take care of themselves, fewer social relationships, reduced hours of employment, and increased demands on financial resources. And whereas family caregivers deserve to be acknowledged and appreciated for the compassionate care they provide in countless situations across our communities, it is important to recognize the many contributions of family caregivers and encourage our communities, health providers, employers, and others to support their invaluable efforts. Now, therefore, I, Typin Surga, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Boynton Beach, do hereby proclaim November 2022 as National Family Caregivers Month. Mr. Petty, are you here? All right, excellent.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Healthier Boynton Beach and Pathways to Prosperity, we want to thank you all for this proclamation. Being a family caregiver, sometimes it could be very rewarding. However, it can be very challenging at times as well. Those individuals make multiple sacrifices to ensure the safety and care of their loved ones. So we just want to thank the city of Boynton Beach for recognizing our caregivers. So thank you.
Thank you. right, is there anything else from my colleagues before we proceed? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Are we about to go into the?
Administrative. I'm sorry, public audience is next.
Yes, I would like to say something.
Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely.
Okay. At our last meeting, we all know about S.J. Davis III and his situation and the impact that he's had on the city. I brought up the idea, I brought up the concept of that we were going to discuss that at this meeting. However, legal has informed me of some information that I would like to come from them as to why it's not advisable for me to push further at this point. However, it's not dead. I will push continuously to get a proclamation for December 26th. So I would like for you to hear from legal as to how and why we cannot pursue and go any further at this time.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission, I did speak with the city's assigned defense counsel, Mr. Johnson. He's been assigned to the city through the city's insurance carrier. He said he has recently been involved by counsel for the Davis family that a lawsuit will be filed against the city in the near future. And as a result, he advises the City Commission to take no action on that item.
Okay.
At this time, yes, until the conclusion of the litigation or resolution.
And that's what I want the community to hear, not at this time, okay? Because of what was just stated by legal. This commission will be discussing this at some time in the future. I cannot tell you when, but we will have that discussion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any comments from my colleagues before we proceed to public audience? All right, Commissioner Turkin, were you about to say something?
Nope. I just want to thank Poonam and the whole utilities team for being swift with the issue at High Point this past weekend. I followed up with them on Monday and they're super grateful for the city's quick action. So thank you to you and your team.
All right, thank you. Seeing nothing else from my colleagues, we're now ready to proceed to public audience. And as always, each person has 3 minutes to speak. For all of you online, please make sure your digital hands are raised after the last in-person speaker has finished. That will also be the end of the time in which we will accept digital hands online. And let's begin with Ms. Oyer. We have 2 podiums, so we'll alternate. Again, this is public audience, 3 minutes per person.
Thank you, Susan Oyer. Commissioner Turkin was asking what my family did in the military. He has been texting me, so I thought I would tell you. My grandfather served in World War I carrying ammo packs in the trenches in France. In the U.S. Army, Dad was World War II, Korea, Vietnam in the U.S. Army. And my brother was a Marine and then transferred over to Army to finish up his reserve duty. And he officially was in during the Iraq War. And of course, family all the way back to the American Revolution. I hope that answered your question. Okay, next up, I want to say thank you to Commissioner Turkin, who came out and judged the Halloween contest for my neighborhood, Seacrest Estates. This is a 10th annual Halloween contest. And while there were not a ton of houses, the ones that did decorate, I think you can say did a very good job. You picked the very obvious winner, which is 2885 Southeast First Place. If you haven't been by there, you need to go. That is Timothy's house. He took a couple years off for other people to have a chance to win, and he's back full force. And he has that witch that he's floating in the air and talking and scaring people. And his house is way beyond every other house in the neighborhood. So stop by 2885 Southeast First Place. You probably have another day or 2 to check it out. And I wanted to point out that I don't know if people are aware, last week was the 77th anniversary of the UN Assembly. That's a big deal. I was at one of the anniversary parties in West Palm Beach with people who actually remembered the day the UN was started. And what a neat thing to be around people that are that old, that are elderly enough to remember an era before the United Nations. And what a difference that has made in our planet. And last week was the official 77th anniversary. And I thought I'd just point that out. Since we're talking about the military and talking about Veterans Day, I think it's appropriate to talk about the positive side of this too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, are there anybody else in person? Please approach the podium and begin when you're ready and state your name for the record.
Good evening, Nicholas Cannon. Want to thank all of you, commissioners, mayor, especially Commissioner Turkin, for what you did today to dedicate this entire month to veterans like myself, but more importantly, the ones that were here today. $50,000 is what I believe is going to be proposed for the Wounded Veterans Relief Fund. While I understand that you guys can't vote on this today, I ask for all of you to commit to this. I understand that there's a budget of roughly $6 million plus or minus. $50,000 goes much, much further than what many people think. It's about the food on the table, and it's about the clothes that we all wear. I hope you guys make that right decision and help not support the ones that were in this room today, but the ones everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christina Pierre. I'm at 535 Northwest 12th Avenue. I just wanted to come today and express an event that took place to me on Saturday. On Saturday, October 19th at approximately 10:25 p.m. as I drove by Northwest 12th Avenue and 4th Street Cherry Hill Mini Market, I observed 3 police officers with their lights on their vehicles posted in front of the Cherry Hill Mini Market store. Approaching my home, I pulled over onto the sidewalk where I always park. I then stepped out my vehicle and noticed one of the police SUVs approaching with lights flashing. I stopped walking into my yard. The officer, whom was alone in the vehicle, exits his vehicle and verbally asked me that I stay where I am and that my vehicle matched the description of a vehicle who fled the night before. I then approached my vehicle, telling the officer I would feel more comfortable having my phone out as I was not detained yet. The officer yelled for me to stop resisting as he approached me and aggressively restrained me against my vehicle. I did not resist. I asked the officer numerous of times, did he call in the flea on Friday night and if he had the right tag number. I told the officer my car had been parked all Friday night from 5 p.m. when I left work. The officer did state, I know it's this vehicle because the paper tag started with a D, and what a coincidence that your paper tag starts with a D. At that point, I was detained. As I expressed myself to the officer, which is my First Amendment right to do so, the officer insisted that if I continued to express my First Amendment right, that he would ticket me for taillight not being on and parking on the sidewalk where I live. I argued that it wouldn't be right to give me a ticket for the sidewalk because I live here. The officer agreed. A female officer arrived to pat me down. I asked to please fix my handcuffs. Upon fixing my cuffs, the female officer stated under her breath, "This is a bit much," agreeing that the officer who initially detained me did not correctly cuff me. As I was put back into the police SUV, I asked that they turn the AC on before closing doors on me. The K-9 unit officer, whom was in charge at present upon me being detained, rudely shut both backseat passenger door and front door, stating the AC was on. He then came around the driver's side and turned the AC on and also let windows down by just a crack. I said to the officer that is not enough air, and he stated that's all you get. I continued to express my First Amendment right of speech, and the officer who initially detained me repeatedly said that he could take me to jail if I continued. I asked him, why would I be going to jail for expressing my First Amendment right? The officer transported me to the Boynton Beach Police Department, where they said I would be released. Before placing me into the holding cell, I asked
30
the
more
officer.
seconds. Keep going. Just letting you know the time. Keep going.
Before placing me into the holding cell, I asked the officer, could he verify me with me verbally or written that my vehicle was not involved in the fleeing Friday night so that I won't get pulled again by another officer for the same thing? The officer never returned to verify, nor did he apologize for the misunderstanding. I'm livid and outraged by the long-term damage this will cause on my life. I now have to fight tickets I shouldn't have gotten because Sergeant Herning profiled my vehicle. I'm disgusted at the protocol and very unprofessional use of excessive force that was used against me, as I was not a threat. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask that you leave your contact information either with the assistant city manager over here or with the city clerk to make sure we have some follow-up. All right. Next speaker. And officer, would you mind I can't see the timer. Just thank you, sir.
Good evening, Bishop Bernard Wright, CEO Bernard Wright, minister, current candidate for District 2 City Commissioner. And I'm speaking tonight as a parent, as a citizen, and as a resident of this city. The police department, I've been trying to get in touch, and I did talk with Chief DeGiulio. And recently, this event just occurred. That is my campaign manager. And they know she's my manager. And I'm not trying to connect one and the other, but we just did a fish fry for 2 weekends there. They come and they had the lights on those Friday nights. But they didn't bother me or anything of that nature. But they've been very aggressive. They terrorize, they interrogate and intimidate over there. We've been making these complaints. This conduct has to stop. It's a Mark Song conduct. See, Mark Song is just a name and an individual who, pursued 3 individuals and caused 3 deaths. But it's that conduct that we have in this Boynton Beach Police Department that has to be weeded out. And I am advocating about this and been doing it for years, and it has to stop. I'm asking for a meeting with you, Mayor Tappan-Serger, with the city manager, Mr. Andrew, and with any one of you all from the commission to be around the table to have this community meet so we can talk about the conduct of our police department, who doesn't even know their own constitutional rights, not to talk about ours, which is the same rights, you understand, protected under the 14th due process of law and the equal protection thereof. We're not getting that over there. After 4 o'clock, it's chaos over there and it has to stop. And that's what I'm here about. Now, having 1 minute and 27 seconds, I don't see where the legality comes from proclaiming SJ Day, SJ Day. We claim everything a day for cats, dogs, and everything. You have SJ Day, you just got honored on SJ Day, the long ride at the homecoming game. You all agree with the SJ Days. Why can't you just proclaim December 26th as SJ Day? What does it have to do with the civil, ramifications of this case? Nothing at all. So, what are we continue to delay when it comes to social justice and equality and total absolute accountability in this town. And SJ right now, case is the foundation of seeing social justice and equality inside of the city. Until we get that done, won't be nothing else that's going to be fair to anyone. We keep proclaiming this, that, and the other. But what is the problem? And I still don't understand the legality. Would you recite that before we leave here tonight? I'm talking to the legal department. Can that be recited again? Because I really was up close and I didn't get an understanding of why can't the city commission initiate. In fact, it was requested by the mother of SJ. Can we get a response? And that's another problem. Why do we come up here and we can't get a response? In history of 12 years coming down here, I've never known this. This is what I seem to see, millennial Nazism, dictatorship. We come up, you're suppressing our voice. We speak, but we don't get no responses. Sit up there like robots. No one knowing to give a response on the issue. And thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, approach the podium whenever you're ready. Again, we have 2 podiums. We'll take turns back and forth. Who is the next speaker? I see multiple people standing. All right, I see that.
Can I present my name before you start that time? Can I present my name?
Yes, your name is included. Keep going, sir.
My name is Thomas Jerry Thiebaud, but I go by nature. I'm the owner of the plantation. Jesus came out of the spiritual realm in 91 and took his seat to the right of me in the physical realm. We are in the last 1,000 years. You can sit there for 1,000 years like one day without food and water. These are my proposals to make paradise a true reality. I need help making it happen. But one of my main proposals that I present right here to Boynton is an iguana sanctuary. This is a field that is right next to the city, right across the street from the city police tow lot, tow station, tow yard, and there's some huge iguanas there. I've made friends with quite a few of them, and I'd like to present this iguana sanctuary for a place where people can learn about iguanas, and not only learn about iguanas, but also this natural community learning center, 100% natural community learning center. Subsidiary for school, kids out of the classroom for half a day at a time, teach them how to work in harmony with nature, do organic gardening, compost mixing, whatever, just how to build things out of natural materials, everything to critique their lives and critique people's lives to be in harmony with the system of life. We've got a perfect system on this planet, system of life, plants, animals, everywhere as well. And we're not doing everything we can to be in harmony with that system. That's crazy. No, everybody that believes in God, they believe God made the life system, not inspired by him, not a mediator. It's directly by his own hand. And they're not giving the utmost respect to the system of life. That can't be respectful to God. So, I said, I am the owner of the plantation. I took my seat on March the 20th, 2020, 247. That's when the mutation occurred of the virus. It's not a virus anymore. It's a God cell, life cell. So, good fortune. Hope y'all gain respect. Respect for the system of life. That's how you should respect me.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, next speaker, please approach the podium.
Good evening. My name is Brother Victor Norfus. I live at 225 Northwest 6th Avenue, Boynton Beach, Florida. I've been coming before you every so often, speaking about creating a park called Union Park downtown. And I was going through some documents. I'm a member of the Meeks family, and our home has been created as a historical landmark, but that's for another occasion. And I was looking through some of the information, and the first thing I remembered that I'd learned is that racism is a double-edged sword. A lot of times people look at the victim and say how much he has suffered, but don't look at the oppressor and say how much he has suffered. One of the things I recognize and I remember is that the homes where they moved the people to, those were people that had been here from the Bahamas. My family came right out of slavery, and there were others as well. But there was a property over by the canal, and that property was not allowed to be sold to the Black residents that were forced to move over there. Although a lot of money was made, I believe they call it Happy Home Heights. I'll just read the document to you. It says, come on, white folks, let's buy some colored lots in Happy Home Heights. You can make them a good income. Property lots, 42 by 95 feet, 325, and so on and so on. Only a few left. Later on, in June, about a week later, there was another notice. Building permits for approximately 3,000 were issued. Town of Boynton in Happy Home Heights. So basically what they did was they forced the residents off their property onto another property that they had to purchase. The reason that the CRA was created was because of what happened back then. Today, we are living through what the past sins have left us. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Any other in-person public comment speakers? Now's the time to approach the podium. Please let it be known that you intend to speak so we know to wait for you. Begin when you're ready, sir.
Bryce Graham, second vice president, National National Network, Central Florida chapter. I've been here for the last 11 months on one issue, and that was involving Stanley Dell Davis III. Since then, justice has come in one term, but justice is still delayed in another. But I want to address tonight very grievous concerns that I have had as an individual and as an effective leader, not only in the state of Florida, not only in Palm Beach County, but across this country. And I seek to work with leaders, not only in this county, not only in this state, but all across this country, that I am sought after for that particular work. And that is making change in communities. And if a person does not like the way that I invoke change or going about change, then that is their problem. So I have received numerous of calls and messages from police chiefs, from city council persons about a city council member here in Boynton Beach stating that I don't like them or that I hate them. And that is not the case. I have sent emails and I have tried to work with all of you and have not gotten a response. I only got one response, and it was one night when I was in the city council meeting here, and that message read and said, "What is the best number to contact you?" And I still have not gotten a call. But I am here to say that I am open and willing to work with everybody who is willing to work with the change maker. Not one who is running around with their own political tactics and ploys trying to say that I hate them. But if you come to me directly to work with me for change, justice, and equality, you'll get that. And inconsistency anywhere is injustice also.
Thank you. Next speaker, are there any other in-person speakers? Now is the time to approach the podium.
Hi, Ernest McNulty, Ernest George McNulty. It's my legal name. 710 Northeast 7th Street, Unit 407 condominium, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33435. I'm the homeowner taxpayer there, also known as Harbor Hall Inlet Club 1, that was built in 1973. And I say that because I want it on the record. I also, it's my address. My phone number is 561-788-3888. My email is ernmignoli@gmail.com. And I say that here publicly because I bring with me my Florida license and my passport. And yet I can't seem to get those kind of credentials from a lot of people in these meetings. A lot of them don't even state their name. They don't state their address. A lot of them state that they live in a post office box, which I don't know, it's kind of tight living, isn't it, in a post office box? And I know there's some experts up on the dais here. I won't name them because I'll get thrown out of the meeting. So I'll start with the Davis case, as was just mentioned. I cannot believe from the first meeting we had after that case, the amount of public here and what was said to most of the people up here, -2, of the wrongfulness and the crime and the corruption and the cause of death and the lack of first aid and a mayor saying that the police are responsible, the officer's responsible, the city's responsible. And he said, you know, in 6 years working here and in 4 years before that, I've never seen such internal corruption. And he said the officer killed that child, and it went on national news. And then we had the big turnaround where anybody who supports SJ is now retaliated against. Like me and others, we're in fear to come here. We're threatened all the time by people who secretly send us messages. Not just him, I get them. People on the dais, oh, let's meet for dinner. Let's meet for dinner secretly. I'm not meeting with any of y'all secretly, you know? And until you come up and show your credentials, I don't think you should be able to threaten us, say we hate you or we're threatening you. You put up all these signs, criminal trespass. Anyway, I don't have too much time. You give me an extra 10 minutes? No, of course not. You don't answer anything. So there's a big problem with the Internal Affairs Division here. You won't let us get an investigation. There's a big problem with the police, the fire department, all the departments involved in politics. It's driving this city off the hook. This is a non-denominational city, and everybody here is hooked up with not only the city and the county and the state, but in state politics, and it's impacting the city. There are other people other than your political party and your private groups like BLM and LGBTQ.
All right, thank you. Are there any other in-person public speakers? This is the last call for in-person public speakers. All right, seeing none, I'm going to ask that we go online. Mani, can you tell us how many people have their digital hands raised?
Mr. Mayor, we have 4 hands raised.
All right, so go ahead and say their names and start unmuting each person individually. And again, for those of you online, I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining on the clock so you can pace yourself.
Okay, our first speaker is Rosaline Joseph. Rosaline, you've been unmuted, but you're self-muted. Please click the microphone next to your name. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Rosin Joseph. I am the co-founder of Holistic Executive Suites. We are a newly founded wellness forward co-working space that will be located here in Boynton Beach off of Wilbright Road and I-95 off of Corporate Drive on the southwest corner. And I wanted to take the time to really show my and my co-founders appreciation to one of your employees, specifically your the city economic development manager, John Durgan. He has worked tirelessly with us over the past few months. Actually, it started a couple years ago when we were first looking at Boynton to not only kind of explain the changes, but talk about the future development opportunities and the plans that the commission has been working on for years. And really, it helped us cement the decision that we wanted to be in Boynton Beach. We are the first startup that has been funded by Pathway Capital Funding, which is a division of the Palm Beach County VBIC. And we're really appreciative of the information shared by Mr. Durgan, as well as the market research that he did on our behalf and shared with us with the tools that the city has, as it was key in kind of just getting us our approvals for our loan, as well as the investment. So I just wanted to take that opportunity to thank some of the folks there and in his team. I'm sure he wasn't the only one, but he was really our primary point of contact. And I know a lot of the times the folks who work behind the scenes operationally really aren't recognized. So I hope that if you all have time in the coming week to really reach out to that department and maybe thank them. We'll be reaching out to Mr. Durgan separately as well, but he was really key in making our decision to put our business here in Boynton Beach. And I will definitely be back to share our grand opening, and I hope that you all will be able to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Mani, let's go to the next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker is Shan Shan. Shan, you've been unmuted, but you're self-muted. Please click the microphone next to your name. Shan, please click the microphone. Thank you.
Good evening. This is SJ's mother, Shannon. I would like to go on record and commend Commissioner Woodrow Hay for at least acknowledging my child in that proclamation, as I have been actively attending the meetings for 11 months and have blatantly been feeling like I've been ignored, no response. So I would go ahead and like to at least commend you, Woodrow Hay, for at least acknowledging that and trying to at least bring that up. I would also like to go on record stating that I have not been willing to come there as much in person as I have been getting targeted lately for actively speaking against my child. And as you guys seen at the last meeting, I am pregnant and I don't feel safe anymore coming there. And I also would like to go on record stating that I think there is a disconnect in dialogue with some of the commissioners and myself, as there's a lot of things that I choose not to speak on because of my son's case, but there's a lot of things that I want you guys to know that I am aware of, I have proof of, and a lot of the things that you guys are doing with meetings that are being held that are off records, some of the briberies that you guys are doing to silence some of the SJ members is very disgusting, especially members that cannot even make a decision or hold no purpose regarding my child. I would like to let you guys know I am aware of all of that, and it shall too come to light sooner than later. And I will actively continue to fight for justice for my child, Stanley Dale Davis III. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker online, Mani.
Okay, our third speaker is Thomas Remicio. Thomas, you're unmuted, but you're self-muted. Please click the microphone next to your name. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Tom Remicio. I reside at 4065 Trovita Boulevard in beautiful historic Knollwood. Mayor, in June of 2020, you called for an investigation regarding the JKM debacle. We now have watched nearly 2 years pass, and tonight our city attorney is requesting yet another shade session. As you know, the city attorney has advised all of you as elected officials that Florida Chapter 286.11b is very specific in the guidelines in what can be conducted in that shade private session. Because we are in Florida, government in the sunshine, all business must be conducted in the public. My fear is in reviewing a lot of the invoicing from the attorneys to date really puzzles me and concerns me tonight that you're going to have yet another shade session, some 10 to 15 hours of shade sessions, negotiating the very narrow settlement, which must be discussed only. The financial settlement can be discussed. My fear is in looking at the invoicing, and it's going to come to fruition, unfortunately, is that you've allowed Mr. John Markey to negotiate, and you all have been part of in these sessions, negotiations to allow for some other developer to come in and finish the parking garages that are part of the settlement lawsuit. Again, you're only supposed to be discussing the settlement with Mr. Markey, not negotiate with another developer or allow any conversation. All of that is illegal, and your attorney, unfortunately, not only has ill-advised this commission over the last 2 years, but again tonight, a tragic event from December 26th of last year, and we don't have the humanity and compassion to say that that was a tragedy in our city and that we as a city can't acknowledge that and move on with community prayer sessions and healing sessions and move on and bring the community back together. We're going to allow this to go on for another year, Mayor, and yet allow this ill advice from the attorney on not having compassion and respond to the community and allow the attorneys to drag on the litigation and bill us into infinitum.
All right,
Mayor, it's time for leadership, Mayor. It's time we move forward with someone that can get.
Thank you. Again, we appreciate your comments. We're going to move on to the next speaker. Mani, I believe you said there was one more person online.
Yes, our final speaker is Paul Maresca. Paul, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I plan on being there this evening, but travel privilege would be from being able to do so. My name is, again, Paul Maresca. I'm a 34-year resident of South Florida, 22 years Boynton Beach, also business owner of Boynton Beach. Many of you have received my email that I sent back last month regarding the East Boynton Beach Little League. I know there's a proposal on the agenda to do a land lease agreement with a private entity. And as per my conversation and email that I've had with many of you, I'm the founder of the Jack McVeigh Memorial Wall at East Boynton Beach. This memorial wall was completed through 100% of donations, materials, and money from countless volunteers and companies. The cost to complete the project was around $50,000. At that time, no money was asked or taken from the city of Boynton Beach for the memorial. This memorial has been blessed by clergy, honored by Boynton Beach Police Color Guard. Many of the people who are involved in this project are no longer with us. There's been numerous celebrations of life held at the site for those who have departed over the past 15 years. There's even been mention of the possible scattering of human remains there, although I know that's not it's something prohibited. It is something that actually has occurred. It stands in an area that's free of foot traffic. It's calm, it's serene, it's still in the earshot of playing baseball. It was intended to be that way. That wall is there, so it's not going to be hit with foul balls or line drives. There's been no vandalism to this wall. even though what many people don't know is it contains solid Brown's baseball bats that were crafted by Louisville Sluggard, worth about $30,000 in current today's value. The current crafted marble plaques, they bear the names of former players, coaches, moms, dads, even a former mayor of Boynton Beach. And several years later, as many of you know, a former Little Leaguer player who became a soldier and died fighting for our country. The family had a life-size bust of their beloved son, crafted and placed facing the memorial wall. In respect to those who built this memorial wall and the names in which it bears, I ask that you do not disturb, relocate, or attempt to recreate it anywhere else. From my understanding, the city is not looking to bear the cost of any project contemplated at East Boynton Beach Little League, but rather going into a deal with a for-profit company. What I could find in this company, it's a very small company, only in business for about 4 years. They have no other projects of such. Not sure where the funding is coming from, not sure if the city has looked into that, and what happens if this project falls through. There's been many of these type of facilities, like ones in Boca Raton, that fell through. What happens to that building after that happens? This company wants to lease the land and in return promise to build various projects within the park. I don't see why, if a company is interested in doing that, why there has to be a deal with the company to do so. All of the other projects done with that in that field were done over my 15 years.
Wrap it up. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your comments. Are there any other persons online, Money? I want to double check we don't miss anybody.
No, sir, that was it.
All right, public comments are now closed. Thank you everyone for all of your comments. We're now going to move on to the next portion of the agenda, which is the administrative section. We have proposed resolution R22-152, designate a canvassing board for the March 2023 municipal election. This is standard and regularly occurring item. City Clerk, could you just brief us on this item really quickly? Comes up every year.
Yes, this happens yearly, and we have the county canvassing board. So on the board is myself, the Palm Beach County Supervisor of Elections Office, and the attorney and/or his designee.
All right, any questions or comments from my colleagues? Otherwise, may I have a motion to approve resolution R22-152? We have a motion from Commissioner Turkin. We have a second from Commissioner Hay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. The next item is considered changing November 15, 2022 commission meeting to Monday, November 14th, 2022, to accommodate the commissioners who are traveling to the National League of Cities conference on November 15th. And I know for certain that I will also be traveling on that day, so I prefer that we move this to the Monday, just the day before. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Any preferences? Are we comfortable with this change?
Comfortable.
Otherwise, all right. Council, do we need a motion or consensus is sufficient?
Motion, please.
All right, motion to move our meeting to November 14th, 2022, which is Monday.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Cruz. We have a second from Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Our next meeting is now scheduled for Monday, November 14th, 2022. Same time, same place. The next item under administrative is to appoint eligible members of the community to serve in vacant positions on city advisory boards. May pull up the list. We have no applicants for the Education and Youth Advisory Board. We do have vacancies there. Historic Resources Preservation Board, we have no applicants. The Library Board, no applicants. And this evening, we have one applicant. It is my nomination for the Municipal Firefighters Pension Trust Board. I'd like to nominate Mr. Bob Taylor to that board. May I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. All those in favor of appointing Mr. Bob Taylor to the Municipal Firefighters Pension Trust Board, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose, say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Taylor. We're now moving on to consent agenda. Are there any items that my colleagues would like to pull under consent agenda? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Kelly. We have a second from Commissioner Hay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Moving on to consent bids and purchases over $100,000. Any items my colleagues would like to pull?
Nope. The only thing I just want to comment on 7C. I got a phone call from a couple phone calls this past weekend from some local fishing charter companies, and they were wondering if there's anything we can do, maybe not before it reopens, but maybe as part of this project to have a display. This may be already in the plans, but have a display that says like "Welcome to Boynton" or "Boynton's Catch of the Day" for these local companies to put their catch up, like you normally see at marinas or launch ramps. I think that would be a great
Mr. Mack,
addition.
before we proceed, before you answer, you essentially just pulled the item.
Okay.
So let's just have a motion.
So
let's have a
I'd like to
motion
pull 7C.
All right, let's have a motion to approve the remainder of consent vision purchases over 100K. We have that motion.
So moved.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor. Is there a second? We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The remainder of consent bids and purchases are now approved. Now let's go back to item C, proposed resolution R22-157. Go ahead, Mr. Mack, Deputy City Manager.
That's a great idea. I don't think it is included in the scope as it currently sits, but that's something that we can do. And I think we can either do it in-house or get it done for very quickly.
Awesome.
So I'll make sure that we note that and inform the project manager.
Awesome. Thank you, Deputy.
Yeah, just one quick comment to piggyback on Commissioner Turkin. It's normally something that's by the cleaning stations. You'll see it at Boynton Marina, where every boat owner has their cleaning station with their catches of the day. So maybe we can incorporate it somehow in the cleaning stations.
Okay. All right, will do. Thank you. Anything else from my colleagues on this item? Otherwise, may I have a motion to approve 7C?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Turkin and a second from Vice Mayor Cruz to approve item 7C. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. We are now moving on to the public hearing section of the agenda. The first item is proposed ordinance number 22-017. This is a second reading. I'm going to turn to council to enter it into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending the City of Boynton Beach's Code of Ordinances, amending Chapter 13 entitled Licenses by creating Article 5 Rental Dwelling Units, creating Division 1 entitled Applicability and Definitions, providing for title, applicability, and definitions, creating Division
Wait,
2
I'm
entitled.
sorry. I apologize.
What?
If I may, can we read this in a speed that people can understand, please? I would really appreciate that.
Mr. Searle,
Okay.
go ahead.
An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending the City of Boynton Beach's Code of Ordinances, amending Chapter 13 entitled Licenses by creating Article 5 Rental Dwelling Units, creating Division 1 entitled Applicability and Definitions, providing for title, applicability, and definitions, creating Division 2 entitled Residential Notice to provide notice requirements for termination of monthly residential tenancy without specific duration and rental payment increases, creating Division 3 entitled Tenants Bill of Rights and Notice of Late Fees to provide for notice of tenant rights and late fees for residential tenancies, and creating Division 4 entitled Enforcement, providing for conflict, servability, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you, council. This is second reading, so we'll have public comments on this item very soon. But before we do that, are there any questions or comments from my colleagues you'd like to hear from staff about this item? I want to make sure that you all have that opportunity, then we'll proceed to public comment. Okay, I'm just, the only comment I have is that I'm very glad that we are here today. This Tenants Bill of Rights comes from directly speaking with so many of our constituents here in the city. And, one of the issues that we hear over and over again is that people's rents are being raised and they're given 2 weeks notice. I mean, that's just not acceptable. How are they going to come up with money so quickly, let alone find a place? And the money to come up with first, last, and deposit. So this is common sense. If you're going to raise rent by greater than 5%, just tell people, give them a decent amount of time so they can get their money together. If you're going to impose late fees, don't surprise them, let them know. And furthermore, this Tenant Bill of Rights, which I'm really excited to bring forward, and we have a accompanying resolution for this item, make sure that every time you come into the city and you become a tenant, that you are informed of your rights as a tenant and you have the resources should anyone discriminate or retaliate against you for doing the right thing. So this is about making sure people are informed, they know what their rights are, and that there are reasonable time period so people can actually act appropriately and get their lives together. When it comes to people's homes and families and well-being, we don't need any more stress or anxiety in this front. We have too much already. So if there's nothing else from my colleagues, I'd like to open
Mayor,
up. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'd just like to echo everything that you just said and said that the tenants' Bill of Right is long overdue. I am happy that we finally addressed this and brought it forth. I strongly support it 110%.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor?
I wasn't going to say much because we talked about it before, but I think this is the right thing to do, especially giving people the 90-day notice before you get kicked out or your rent is raised too much. It doesn't prevent from your rent being raised, but at least it gives you enough time to plan for the future and plan for your family. So I'm happy to see this passing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from my colleagues?
Yep. Thanks for bringing this forward, Mayor. And, this is an awesome thing to move forward. And I think the timing's great as well.
Thank you to my colleagues. All right, let's open it up to public comments on this item in person and online as well. You know what the rules are. If there's anybody who would like to speak on this item, now's the time to approach the podium. Is there anybody in the room that would like to speak on this item? Please do so now.
Hi, Ernest George McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, condominium 407, Boynton Beach, 33435. My phone number is 561-788-3888. My email is earnmcnolly@gmail.com. And I hope anyone listening would contact me relative to things I say, because every time I come to these meetings and this city law firm that's been with the city for I'm not allowed to say anything. I take that back. I'm not allowed to say anything. This city has really been horrible in condominium associations, with business tax certificates, with departments, fire, police, inspection departments, allowing people to move in without leases, without business tax certificates, allowing absentee owners from New Jersey to own 20, 30 units, to rent them without any paperwork, to do whatever they want to tenants, to let them live in dangerous buildings. And then people like myself who try to help a lot in the city, when we report things, we get retaliated against, that we're making things up. And how dare we talk about lead, mold, mildew, crime, drugs, dangerous air conditioners with fire hazards, no permits, flooding, causing electrical problems, dangerous smoking, illegal parking, abusing handicap spots, crime at night, wild animals being fed everywhere, insects from garbage in the house that's not taken out. And I talk to a lot of tenants, and you know what they say? They're afraid to come in and say anything, because their HOAs who have them living there illegally will throw them out. So, and how much time do I have? A minute? I went a little too fast. I have to slow down. Here. So my point is, not just in my building, Harbor Hall Inlet 1, but Harbor Hall Inlet 2, built by the same developer in 73. What goes on there is earth-shattering, with crime, with HOAs not following the bylaws, or corporate law, or business tax certificate law. The inspectors won't come out. We have flooding from 3 years ago. They lost a lawsuit where they were supposed to fix the whole bulkhead. And because they know the way this city department works, oh, don't worry, you got $1 million fine. Oh, don't worry, we'll lower it to $2,000. That's what you do with HOAs. And we have to live in dangerous environments, and tenants are reaching out to owners like me saying, what can you do to help? And I say, really nothing in Boynton Beach, because right now I'm dealing with fire gasoline in our building, and the fire department won't even come and remove it. Flooding, and the building department won't even come and write it up. So there we are. So it doesn't matter what you come out with. You have a dangerous environment that you're all.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. All right, next speaker, please approach the podium.
Susan Oyer, thank you, Boynton Beach. I want to ask how these changes are going to be disseminated to all the landlords in the city of Boynton. I mean, just sticking it in the code isn't enough. Just like, we passed rules about no tow trucks allowed in neighborhoods. And yet, I have a neighbor 2 doors away whose tow truck is there all the time because no one ever talks about it except me. So I want to know how this is being disseminated. Andrew?
One second, Andrew. I'm going to wait. I'm going to ask you to wait until
Oh.
all public comments are finished, and we'll address it all at one time. All right?
Perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate that because I think as a landlord myself, I want to know the rules. I want to see it in paper. And I think that's the only fair thing to do. And sticking it on the website's not enough. I would say it needs to be handed out, maybe included with the utility bills, do something so that it ends up, you guys stick those PACE things on my door saying, oh, go solar. And yet I've been solar for over a year now. So I think if you're wandering around putting out the PACE signs on every door, you can put this out there too. And my other thing is, and I bring this up repeatedly, is I really think that this city needs to be looking at what Toronto has done. And that is, as you go forward, I'm going to tell you for the 1 billionth time, stop building apartments. You all complain about how there's no workforce housing and no affordable housing, and yet you've got more apartments than every city put together, I think. What we really need is to convert all of these to condo and make everything owner-occupied housing. And that's something that you all could do as a commission, is everything that comes forward, make it a condo so we can have affordable housing and workforce housing, but make sure everything is owner occupied so that you don't, like Ernest said, and he was spot on, we don't need any more places, any companies in Texas owning hundreds of homes in our city. I mean, my neighbors' houses are all owned by some company in Texas too. And it's crazy because nothing gets done, nothing gets fixed, and it looks really bad. And then they're unhappy because they're lied to regularly. So I would say maybe you should do what Toronto has done and make mandatory owner-occupied housing, no more owning 10 and 20 and 30 units, and make everything condo, which would solve your affordability and workforce housing problem. But it would solve the bigger problem by having owner-occupied housing only. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other in-person public speakers? Now is the time to approach the podium. I'm not seeing anyone else, so now we're going to go online. Manny, do we have anybody online to speak on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised at this time.
All right. Public comments on this item is now closed. I'd like to return back to the commission, and Mr. Mack, if you could address that question. It's a common question. It's important for us to know.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Staff will be informing all the known residential properties that do have business tax receipts. We'll be sending a direct mail to them, as well as you mentioned, we'll be putting notices in utility bills and all social media feeds that we have.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues on this item? Commissioner Kelly, I see that's a no. Anything else from my colleagues on the right?
No.
Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve ordinance number R22-017.
So move.
We have, I don't know. Okay, that was a motion from Commissioner Kelly and a second from Commissioner Hay. City Clerk, please begin the roll call vote.
Commissioner Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Turkin,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
Yes.
In a roll call vote, motion passed unanimously.
All right, congratulations. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to the next item. This is 8B, proposed ordinance number 22-019. Council, if you could read that into the record.
An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Article 2 of Chapter 18 of the Boynton Beach Code of Ordinances entitled Employees Pension Plan, amending Section 18-145, City of Boynton Beach Investment Policy for General Employees Pension Fund, providing for codification, conflict, severability, and an effective date.
All right, thank you, Council. Are there any questions or comments on this item from my colleagues? All right, seeing none, I'm going to open this item to public comments. Is there anybody in the room that would like to speak on this item? Now is the time to approach the podium. I'm seeing none. Mani, do we have anybody online?
No, sir, we do not.
All right, public comments on this item is now closed. Commissioners, may I have a motion to approve this ordinance 22-019?
Motion to approve ordinance number 22-019.
All right, we have a motion and we have a motion from Vice Mayor Cruz and a second from Commissioner Hay. City Clerk, the roll call.
Commissioner Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Turkin is absent. Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
Yes,
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
thank you. The next item is 8C, proposed ordinance number 22-020. This is again is a second reading, council.
An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Article 3 of Chapter 18 of the Boynton Beach Code of Ordinances entitled Municipal Police Officers Retirement Trust Fund, amending Section 18-164 to provide for pension contributions by drop members, amending Section 18-175 Deferred Retirement Option Plan to provide for 8-year drop, providing for codification, conflict, severability, and an effective date.
All right, thank you. Let's begin with the commission again. Any questions or comments on this particular item from staff or council? All right, seeing none, I'm going to open the floor for public comments on this item. If you would like to speak on item 8C, now is the time to approach the podium. All right, I see we have one public comment speaker on this item.
Hi, Ernest George McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, condo 407, Boynton Beach, 334-35-561-788-3888. My email is earnmcnolly@gmail.com. Anyone in the public listening to me, I don't mind you calling me if you have situations. So I go to the pension meetings, and I find it interesting that when I go, I'm told by the city risk manager and human resource that I was one of the first public to come in 15 years or something like that. Because the public doesn't know about these meetings. They don't know why the police and fire are taking over 70% of our budget and money of $250 million. You know how much money that is for a police and fire department? And what's left for the rest of us, 30%? It doesn't make sense, especially when the ratings are not good. I mean, you look at the FBI ratings and you look at the fires and shootings and all kinds of stuff going on in this town. It makes you wonder why people can go to meetings and keep asking for more and more and more. And the public is afraid to show up and say anything because the meetings are hostile. You know, you come in and you want to say something and it's always the same story. Oh, you can't come here and say negative things. You know, you're just a taxpayer. You know, you pay the bill and we'll take care of the rest. It shouldn't work that way. And the way the meetings are conducted doesn't even follow the state standards. They get at a table maybe 50 feet from where the public's allowed to sit. And then they whisper, you can't hear anything. And then you're not allowed to ask them to speak up. So, you know, what? It's not going to end. And every single meeting, there's more sick days, more pensions, more money, more promotions, more this, more problematic hiring. I mean, it's just at the fire department, the police department. You look at some of the recruits. I mean, they're not physically handicapped. Well, who's testing these people? You hear about New York, they're saying how rigorous a fireman's entrance exam is, right? You look at what Boynton Beach is involved with. I mean, there's people there, they look like they belong on a treatment center first. Who's testing these applicants? Who's overseeing any of this? And if you try and talk to the chief of police or the chief of the fire department about recruits or about not doing the job or about fire hazards or about crime and corruption, be quiet. You can't talk. We're not talking to you. I don't know how you're doing this, and you're bankrupting us. Everybody sits in this audience and doesn't care that 70%, and that doesn't count all the lawsuits. If you knew what this law firm is handling with lawsuits caused by the police and fire department.
All right, thank you, sir. Your time has now expired. We're going to move on to the next public comment speakers. Are there anybody else in the room who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we're going to move to online speakers. Mani, is there anybody online who would like to speak in 8C?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
All right, public comments are now closed. Any final comments or questions from my colleagues?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Ordinance number 22-020.
All right, it's important we make sure that's clear. And we have a second from Commissioner Hay. City Clerk?
Commissioner Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Turkin,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
Excellent. We're moving on to the next item, proposed ordinance number 22-021. It's a second reading. Council, if you could read that into the record.
An ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending section 18-300, creation of consolidated deferred retirement option plan to exclude police officers and firefighters, and to update for recent changes to the IRS code, providing for codification, conflict, severability, and an effective date.
Thank you, council. We're going to open this up to any questions or comments from my colleagues. Is there any? All right, seeing none, let's have public comment on this item. If you would like to speak on this item, now is the time to approach the podium. All right, last call. All right.
Speaking?
Go ahead, please begin.
Did I tell a joke? I hear a lot of laughter back there from the people who aren't willing to come up and speak for their own benefit. Ernest George McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach, Unit 407. Again, 561-788-3888. And my email is ernmcnolly@gmail.com. I mean, it's very important to me to public comment, but you know, the way it was done, it was very quick and I really couldn't hear it. So I doubt you'll give me any kind of an update, right? I know you ask for it sometimes. We can't figure out what the city attorney's talking about. But you think the assistant city manager give me like on my time, a 10-second overview? You're not allowed to speak. I don't know what kind of meetings these are. Anyway, that's all I can say. I'm sorry I took time to get a breath outside, so I'm not going to be able to comment, but I'm sure I would be critical. That's for sure.
All right, is there anybody else in the room who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, Manny, how many people online do we have with their hands raised?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
All right, this item is now closed for public comment. Commissioners, may I have a motion to approve this item?
So move.
We have a motion to approve ordinance 22-021. And do we have a second? I heard a second from Commissioner Hay. City Clerk?
Commissioner Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Turkin,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Penserga,
Yes.
and a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
All right, the next item is something that I'm very happy to see. It is proposed ordinance number 22-023, its second reading. Council, let's begin with you.
Ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending the city of Boynton Beach's code of ordinances, amending chapter 23 entitled Taxation, Assessments, and Fees, Article 4 entitled Additional Homestead Exemption, Section 23-54, Additional Homestead Exemption for persons 65 and older, to amend the amount of exemption for low-income seniors from $25,000 to $50,000, and provide an additional exemption for low-income long-term seniors, providing for conflicts, severability, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you, Council. My brief comment on this is that for those of you who are guests, or perhaps this is your first time here this evening, or if you're listening online, this item is about providing additional tax relief to low-income seniors. And the criteria for low-income seniors is that you must be making a household income of approximately $20,000 adjusted to CPI, which is about 2.5, something in that range, in the 30s per household. And we've identified almost 1,000 households that meet this criteria in the city. So here's what this does. If you're a low-income senior, we're going to increase the homestead. Thank you. I was blanking on the word. The homestead exemption to the legal maximum of $50,000. So that's going to provide some relief. If you are a low-income senior, if you've lived in your home for at least 25 years, and if your home value is $250,000 or less, you can be exempted for the full amount up to that $250,000 per state statutes. But the state statutes leave it on the cities to act on this. So thank you to my colleagues and to everyone who supported this. Low-income seniors, it's a no-brainer. We want to help the most vulnerable people in our city. Is there any other comments from my colleagues before we move on to public comments? Vice Mayor Cruz, I see your hand is raised.
Yep, just want to thank the board and you, Mayor, for bringing this up and to provide that additional homestead exemption for seniors. It's a step in the right direction. It's definitely needed at this time of high inflation. And I'm just really happy that we're moving forward in that direction and doing the right thing for seniors. So thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Turkin, was that your hand up?
Yep. Yeah,
All right.
Thank you again, everyone, for bringing this up. Thank you, Mayor. We have a lot of 55 plus communities in the city of Boynton, especially on the east side. I know a lot of people are looking forward to this and, super supportive and happy. And I know a lot of people express their gratitude to this commission and you, Mayor. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from my colleagues? Commissioner Kelly?
Just to kind of reiterate what my colleagues have said, this is, Mayor, thank you for bringing this up. I actually spoke to some residents this weekend who were very happy to hear this, that we're making this move on behalf of, the senior community, one of the more vulnerable, groups in our community. So I know they were excited to hear that we were doing this. And so I just wanted to pass that along to you. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's, go ahead, Commissioner Hay.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, anytime we have an opportunity to help our low and income people and our seniors, I think we have an obligation to try and do just that. So I really want to appreciate you bringing this forward and this commission for supporting it.
Thank you to all of you. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Last thing.
It's fine.
I want to thank staff and our attorney for working on this. I know it's something that took a lot of people to work through, to do the research and the work. So I just wanted to commend all of you for working on it and making it happen. Thank you.
All right, let's move this to public comments. If you would like to speak on this item, now is the time to approach the podium. And after in person, we'll go online.
Hi, Susan Oyer. What is the cost to the city in this loss of income? And my other question is this permanent or does this get sunsetted out? But I think, and while I'm certainly an advocate for helping people who need help, what is the economic cost to our city? Because if we're losing this income, that means somehow this has to be made up in some way, shape, or form. So, I want to know the numbers. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak on this item? Now is the time to do so.
Hi, Ernest George McNolly. That's my legal name with my Florida license and passport and everything. I'd like to see everyone's. Not just am I working on senior housing, I'm a senior. I turned 74 today. It's my birthday. So I'll wish myself a happy birthday on All Saints Day. And I'm a Catholic and I'm here. And I find it interesting when I come to some meetings, you just at the last second cancel them because someone's religious denomination. Well, I'm here on All Saints Day. I'm a Catholic and it's my birthday because it's important to help seniors, of which I'm a senior. I'm 74 today. I'm also permanently physically handicapped from a violent crime. I'm a cancer survivor from New Jersey pollution. And I'm having a rough time here in Boynton Beach in my building with other seniors, and hundreds of other people are contacting me wondering why and where is this happening? And here's an example. You just had a person come up and say, well, what's the cost to the city? I'll tell you how it works. Here's how it works. Everything that you diminish tax where you decide to make it look good, right? You turn around and you increase the assessment on the homeowners, their value, so that you get more property tax. The money loss has to come from somewhere. Now, I only offer as an example, the head of housing in Riviera Beach, Mr. Thomas, was indicted in federal court last Friday. I'm part of that case. I was in the courtroom. And he's involved with the CRA and housing and senior and all this stuff. And then they uncover a 2, 3, 4 plan of developer kickbacks and lawyer feedbacks and commission involved and police chiefs getting fired and commissioners getting fired. And now the housing facing 20 years in federal prison. And why? When you listen to the case, and you see what the FBI says, it's trying to answer questions like Ms. Orez. Can you give us the details? Well, that's what Thomas did for years, especially during the investigation, which whatever we ask from the city manager, the city attorney, the commissioners, emails, no matter how we do it, you won't reply. And then none of the public comes in because the only public comes in is all your political friends. So here we are in a place where No one's questioning you, and you just keep doing everything. And we can't even get an investigation. And I wonder, look at my house, a little condo. I own it 2 years. The taxes for this county and city and state have gone from 3,000 to over 5,000. And then why is that? Because you keep raising the value so that you can make tax to pay for all these things that you don't even tell the public about. Can I get an extra 10 minutes?
All right, thank you. Your time has expired. Are there any public comment speakers on this item in the room? All right, seeing none, let's go online. Manny, is there anybody online who would like to speak on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
All right, public comments on this item is now closed. I do want to respond to a couple of things that I heard. Number one, the financial impact of this item, that information is provided in the agenda backup. And as I mentioned before, this was on the same ballpark as a landscaping project, all right? So this is not significant impact to the city budget, but it is significant impact to people's households, particularly those most in need. Commissioner Turkin, before you chime in, let me just mention 2 additional points. The city of Boynton Beach does not directly control property values. That is not something that is within our power to do. And third and finally, I want to mention that the city has actually lowered the millage rate. All right, so globally across the city, we have lowered your tax rate for the record, and we have done that now for the 2nd year in a row after almost a decade of that tax rate never going down. So I just want to make sure the record is clear. Commissioner Turkin, please begin.
Nope, you hit on a bunch of great points, Mayor. I do want to piggyback on the taxes. We also blocked an increase of the fire tax assessment, so there has not been an increase in any assessment. The other thing that staff is working on are public impact fees. So if people want to come and build in Boynton, right, there will be a fee for that. And so that is how we can offset budget costs.
All right. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? I'm sorry, sir. Public comments on this item have now closed. All right. Thank you. Is there anything else from my colleagues? All right. We've heard from the public. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Cruz.
This might be a question for Andrew Mack. And I'm only going to ask this question because just to respond to, well, not to respond, but just to acknowledge the question or the statement that Mr. McNolly made. By the way, happy birthday. But, you know, when I got my tax bill many, many months ago, I got it with the previous mill rate, which, so I know we changed it during budget. At what point, like, would their tax bill be updated, or would that be effective to the following year? Like, how does that work?
It'll be reflected in tax bills that are going out this month. What you would actually adopt is what's put on these bills. What's noticed before is what's proposed.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Turkin, was that a cool question? All right. Hearing nothing else from my colleagues, may I have a motion to approve proposed ordinance number 22-023? We have a motion from Commissioner Turkin. We have a second from Commissioner Hay. Go ahead, City Clerk, for the roll call.
Commissioner Hay?
Aye.
Commissioner Turkin?
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cruz?
Yes.
Mayor Penserga?
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
All right. Thank you, everybody. We're now going to move on to unfinished business. 10A, proposed resolution number R22-159, approved revision to the Community Support Funds policy to allow for the equitable spending of the funds by the members of the City Commission. Assistant City Manager Matos, would you like to introduce this item? Or Mr. Mack, Mara, perfect. You're already here. Excellent.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good
Mara
evening.
Fredrickson, Director of Financial Services. So the proposed item brings before you 2 different options for the Community Support Funds policy. The first option allows for only the elected commission seats that are up for election to have $3,000 or half of their funds available to them at the beginning of the year, and then the other half of the funds become available once the new elected officials come into seat. The other option offers half of the funds for the first part of the year and then half of the funds for the second part of the year. So those are the options we provided you.
All right. Any questions for Mara while she's up on the podium? All right. Seeing none. Thank you, Mara, for that information. I'm going to bring this item for public comment. and then we'll come back to the commission for their deliberation, all right? Is there anybody in person who would like to speak on this item? Now is the time to do so. One second. All right, you may begin.
Hello? Okay. Ernest George McNolly. You have the rest of my information. Uh, I, I've been trying to get public records about a lot of paychecks and payroll in the city, especially department heads, assistants, lawyers, et cetera, checks, public record, et cetera, et cetera. And not only does the city charge me thousands and thousands of dollars, which is really unfair because I'm really just a concerned citizen trying to see where the money's going and who it's going to. So anyway, the lawyers decide, well, for my Oprahs, the city has to use the attorney because they don't want to make a big mistake with me. So they charge me like the lawyer rate to do the Oprahs, and I'm paying a fortune. And then when I get the documents and I see lots of problems, and I say, okay, let me send an email. I see lots of problems here in the Oprah request, right? And then nobody returns a phone call. Not the city clerk, not the city manager, not the city attorney, not the assistant, not the council. Nobody in the city will return a phone call, an email, a message, a voicemail. I'll call the risk manager, a human resource. No return, no nothing. And why? Because all over Florida, commissions, and I'm not necessarily accusing you, but if you just follow the data, right? Commissions all over Florida are in some serious trouble with accountability, money missing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And especially when you think that when the public is the victim, and then when we look for help, our tax money pays the city attorney, who then works to, I don't want to use the word cover up, but kind of defend what we're accusing with our tax money when we're the victims. So, how do we get representation to know what you're doing with the money, especially this stuff with these religious stuff that you're putting up in this LGBTQ stuff? I don't know where you're getting the approval to spend all our tax money on your favorite things, and you don't let other people like me put up a nativity scene. How do you get away with this? And I get the public records showing that it's illegal, and yet you still won't respond. You won't respond at a meeting. You won't respond in an email. Nobody says anything. Why not? Why? How do you discriminate like that and get away with it? Can I get an extra 10 minutes? How about 5? No? How come I can't donate the nativity scene?
All right, any other in-person public comment speakers pertaining to this item? Now is the time to approach the podium. Seeing none, I'm going to go online. Is there anybody online wanting to speak on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
All right, public comments are now closed. Any final questions or comments from my colleagues regarding this item? Commissioner Turkin?
Not this item, but did we ever get follow-up about the nativity scene, about what we're going to do this year?
Mr. Mack?
I know we brought this up last commission meeting.
I don't have an answer for that right now.
Okay.
I'll get back to you then.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Now back to this item. Is there anything from my colleagues on this item? All right. We have introduced this item on the record. We've heard from public comments. We do need to give direction to staff. So colleagues, what is your pleasure? As for myself, I think we're all in general agreement, if I remember correctly from our previous conversation, that we only want to enact these changes for those that are in an election year, because then there is that question that is posed. Otherwise, it makes no difference. And Mara here has given us our 2 options. All right. Commissioner Hay, I thought you were about to say something.
Yes, I would like for you to repeat option 1.
Sure. Option 1 provides any elected official that are up for election would have available for their funds for half of the funds, and every other official would have availability for all of their funds at the beginning of the year.
Why you added the other one?
The other one provides half of the funds to every seated member and then half of the funds at the half of the year.
I tend to support option one.
All right, Commissioner Hay, I am in support as well of option one. Again, it only makes sense to do this for those in an election year.
Right, exactly.
Vice Mayor Cruz, go ahead.
Yep, same thing. It was pretty simple for me.
Right.
Option one makes sense because it's only 1 year in a re-election year that you're not there the whole time to be able to use those funds and be able to save half with a potential change or change of administration.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from my colleagues over here? All right, seeing none, I believe you have a consensus. Council, do we need a formal motion for this item? It is a resolution.
Yes, it's a resolution. So you would do the resolution with option one.
All right.
Motion to approve option one.
All right, there we go.
Second.
Is there a second? And a
Wait,
second?
I apologize.
One second.
Should
all
it
right.
be motion
Vice
to?
Mayor,
Oh.
1 second, all right?
Okay.
We have a motion
Well,
from Commissioner Hay and we have a second
If you want me
for Commissioner Kelly, and this was for option one. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I thought we had to say the resolution number. Like I was gonna say resolution number R22-159. But if we don't have to say that, then
I mean, it can only help to provide that clarity for the record.
motion
Commissioner Hay?
to approve proposed resolution number R22-159,
Excellent with,
option one.
all right.
awesome.
We have that motion from
Second.
Commissioner Hay. We have a second from Commissioner Turkin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes with option one. Thank you. We're now moving on to new business, and I am happy to see Mr. Rumpf is back in the chambers. Thank you, Mr. Rumpf. And this is a discussion on regulating short-term or vacation rentals based on initial research provided by staff, and we are to provide direction from this. All right. Thank you, Mr. Rumpf.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Mike Rumpf, city's former planning and zoning director. Manny, if you could put up the slideshow for me. Staff, with the understanding that one or more commissioners would have an interest in this subject, began a study several months ago. The intention of doing some superficial analysis of it, preliminary work on it to provide you enough information to deliberate, to discuss, generate questions, also to prepare for possible amendments if you so chose, as well as to review approaches taken by other cities. A general outline of the study, and if you want to advance, there you go, thank you. General outline of the work includes a summary of current city processes and regulations, statutory limits to what we can do, as well as comparison of ordinances using a sample of 6, not 8, that's a typo, 6 other municipalities in the region that are in some stage of adopting or have adopted regulations applicable to short-term or vacation rentals. Interestingly, West Palm Beach, at the time when we commenced the study, West Palm Beach and Boca had not taken action or steps to review such a regulatory system, and Delray Beach had. We do not know as of today what their status is, but then a few months ago they had began studying it administratively. Also, interestingly, there are 2 cities in the county that we know of, Lantana and Lake Worth, that we believe have vested ordinances, meaning according to the state statutes, they were in place prior to statutes preempting cities' regulations over such uses. So they do have some prohibition provisions in their ordinances. Current city processes. We currently review and approve residential rentals and have since 1998. Allows any homeowner to rent their homes. No open code cases and liens, of course, would be allowed under such circumstances. Our property standards are neutral to them versus owner occupied. They do not differ. And we do not regulate rental period. And there's an application and renewal fee, of course, and that's the approximate amount of $62. Next slide. With respect to the legal limits statutorily, Florida statutes chapter 509 preempts locals from prohibiting, regulating the limit on the leases, as well as the number of such uses within the city. However, there are some boundaries that are wider for the cities to regulate and apply to such uses. And just a general example of such regulations could apply to a review process, an inspection process, could require a responsible party to be identified, who would be an immediate contact if there were violations or complaints against such a use. We can set maximum occupancy and visitor limits on the properties. We can apply parking standards, quantity, locations, etc. And safety standards. Some may be above and beyond the building codes that would be required, as well as posting of rules and contact information for tenants. Of the sample of the 6 cities that were reviewed, some similarities that we found common among the ordinances, their definition and use. The lease periods were typically less than 30 days. Some were slightly longer, 60 days or 90 days. Most were 30 days. Declaring resident agent or contact person was very common among the ordinances. That could also include response times that that person had to report to the property if there was a complaint, as well as requiring frequent visits of that person to document the property's compliance. Require property inspections, usually annually, and require parking services. Those are common regulations found within the ordinances that we reviewed. Differences and unique standards among the sample. Some required hard wiring of both smoke detectors or carbon monoxide detection equipment into the home. Proximity of travel distances of the managing entity varied. All set maximum occupancy requirements, but those standards differ with respect to how many, both occupants as well as visitors. One required a landline phone service be available to the tenants to make those quick calls if there were problems with the property and not rely upon cell phone service. One of the ordinances requires public notification during approval. It's rather unique. One requires a hardwired monitored sound meter as well to detect and report to the managing entity of a sound that may deviate from the local standard or even maybe a higher standard that would be set by the property owner. Some final notes, considerations, please. I should have noted, if you have any questions, you can stop me at any time, but I'm trying to move through this fairly timely to allow more time for questions and dialogue. Some notes and considerations. Changes in the BTR fee structure. Oftentimes when you apply further regulations to a use, that requires more staff intensive time to monitor, to regulate, to enforce. And oftentimes we would have a fee that would be commensurate with that. In order to amend our BTR fee, business tax receipt fee schedule and use requirements, we would have to first comply with state statutes, which means we'd have to conduct a study. They define that as an equity study first before we'd make those changes. The magnitude of those vacation rentals in the city is unknown. There are private entities which provide services to municipalities to do that intensive work of inventorying, monitoring, and using the resources, algorithms, and different components of their websites to detect whether something is those short-term rentals. Most cities target common nuisance issues: parking, appearance, congestion, oversight. From staff's review, obviously, some cities intend to more discourage with some of those higher intensive standards, like I indicated, hard wiring of detection systems, which is not required of a single-family home, or requiring a sound meter and other standards like that. Problems specifically associated with short-term rentals is not known. In other words, we have an inventory of business tax receipts for residential rentals in the city, but that does not differentiate between something being short-term or a standard annual lease type of use. There are over 3,000 units approved for rental as residential rentals in the city. Now, the single-family, duplex, triplexes, and under 4 units. We cannot easily differentiate those as well, according to our land files and records. And that concludes my summary of findings. And of course, here to answer any questions we can.
Thank you, Mr. Rumpf, and thank you for bringing this information to us. Let me just open by saying that I do think that you have some good ideas in here. You know, I know that state law, there is a preemption. I'm sorry, it's getting late. Preemption. However, there are some of these more common sense parameters that we could apply to make sure that the surrounding communities are not significantly impacted. I know that at times there can be too many people parking in a particular area, which causes congestion in these smaller roads and these neighborhood roads. The noise is an issue. So if we can do something around it without violating state law. So I'm very much in favor of that. So thank you for bringing forward these ideas. Let's hear from my colleagues first. I don't know who would like to begin. Vice Mayor, I see your hand is up. Just go ahead.
Yeah, I
Whoever
think
would like to go.
this is a great presentation. I had a lot of emails from constituents. I know everyone has received these emails to see copied on it. So I just hope that we do the will of the people.
Thank you. Anything else for my colleagues or for Mr. Rumpf while he's on the podium?
Yeah, so I'm gonna go over some notes that I took. I had some conversations with residents and did my due diligence. Some of the things that I heard from residents was some ideas, and that was included in the presentation, Mike. And it was a potential opportunity of creating a like a resident agent or a responsible party per se, or some sort of a property manager to be able to manage these properties. Or at least know who's in charge. I think a lot of times the concern appears to be that you have random people staying in your neighbor's house, and you might be a 20-year resident that lives there the entire time, and then you have random people coming next door to your house to stay in an Airbnb. Obviously, I understand the business aspect where it is a lucrative way to make money for certain business owners and such. So we don't want to, get necessarily like remove that from somebody who might be a landlord or a property owner. But we do want to start looking at potential ways to ease the concerns of the local residents. So I have a bit of a list of some potential concerns that I heard about or opportunities. So again, one of the opportunities would be to designate like some sort of property manager or a resident agent. Another opportunity would be to provide screening for the people that are staying in the house. I understand that, background checks might be a little much to be adding to Airbnbs, but maybe some sort of like a more simple, maybe I know some entities have like that $5 easy background check, especially in school zones, just to make sure that, in areas where we have children nearby, that it is still a safe place for children to be around, and to make sure that we don't have any, I don't know what the right word would be, if maybe with sex offenders or sexual predators, whatever the correct word might be, around school zone area. So I think that's something that we might want to keep in mind. Another issue was the number of cars being parked at Airbnbs. Sometimes there are, way more cars than, for example, a residential area. You have maybe 4 parking spaces available and you have like 7 different cars parking, or up to 10, like it has been seen before, that I've seen pictures and such. So it's important to keep that in mind, to make sure that maybe creating some sort of a limit into like how many parking spaces are available according to square footage might be a good idea. One more idea would be to potentially create a public nuisance after a specific home has been, let's say somebody called the cops and found some sort of potentially illegal activity or concerning activity happening in that same Airbnb home. The potential opportunity of making that a public nuisance, or giving people like, some sort of a corrective measure to make sure that this is not behavior that continues to be allowed. We need to make sure that our old timer Boynton Beach residents are feeling safe in their neighborhoods, that, even new residents as well, but especially people who've been here for such a long time that have lived in these neighborhoods. We want to make sure that they feel safe, that they don't feel like they have to move out of the city because there are too many Airbnbs around, and maybe we can find a way to make, both people somewhat happy by, continuing to allow the business aspect of it, but also focusing on ways that we can make our community safer by putting in some measures to protect the residents. That's kind of what I had.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I agree in so many of those points, from having a registered agent so we know who to contact. I would also recommend that we amend some of our internal practices so we do have a clear category in our records of who is a short-term rental and who is not. And also those background checks for child predators, sexual offenders, and whatnot. Mr. Rumpf, let me ask you this question, since that item did come up. Am I correct in understanding that these companies do not check for these items already?
I'm sorry, one more time.
So since this was brought up, this idea of checking for sexual offenders, is that to say that these companies, whether it's Airbnb or VRBO, they do not check for these? Is that correct?
I don't believe that they do, but it was, and I should have noted it as well, that wasn't uncommon in the ordinances that were reviewed in the sample. So it was fairly common among other cities as well.
And what about this idea of a party house? Because, it starts off as just a short-term rental, and it becomes known as the place to go. And that's when you have a night of whatever you want to call it, debauchery. Chaos. And then we have the complaints, and we have the fighting and the alcohol, and it disrupts the whole neighborhood. Is that not something that these companies already prohibit? So in other words, are we doing something redundant, or this is truly the case where these companies don't do this?
Well, at least when you say companies who monitor,
companies
who tabulate.
Yes. Again, Airbnb as an example.
Oh, okay. Well, interestingly, and I did note it in the report that, if I indicate the year, yes, August 2020, Airbnb, I think, started taking some actions to at least prohibit and prevent the advertising of such uses using their websites and social media platforms. So those were identified. Also, they would prohibit or banned, if you will, use of their websites, those homes that had violations and were known to be nuisances. So at least that's in a favor, and that may have had a little bit of an impact because obviously, but there could still be local Facebook notices and things like that. But I think the regulations that you've been discussing are intended to prevent that sort of thing. Ms. Cruz has an interesting point of having it reach a certain nuisance at that point in time and prohibit them from having a residential rental ultimately, or a BTR, a business tax receipt license. So there may be those first few that get through, but it wouldn't perhaps with such a regulatory system take long for it to reach a certain threshold and be addressed.
In terms of the parking, how would an appropriate number of cars be calculated? Is it square footage? Is it rooms? How would you do that?
Well, our parking regulations are somewhat geared to address that right now. And they would be compelled to, well, it's based upon a number of services or surfaces that you have to legally park the spaces. One thing that I know is not prohibited in the city is that is parking on unsurfaced or approved surfaces in single-family homes. Now, what we do require is that their lawns and swales and surfaces be maintained. In other words, if the swale is damaged, it needs to be returned back to its useful slope and character. If so much grass is damaged, if bare ground is found, then those can be cited to address that. But we don't prohibit them from parking off the sidewalks and off the driveways. We could be more stringent on such uses and require them, number one, park on the approved surfaces. There could also be a maximum. Group homes are restricted, or I'm sorry, all single-family homes, including group homes, have to have a minimum front yard. So in other words, you can't come in and pave the entire front yard to open it up and have more legal parking spaces. You've got to maintain a minimum front yard. It does exist, and we could even be more stringent by requiring them to be on approved surfaces.
All right, and just, I know I want to make sure I give everybody an opportunity to speak, but just one more final, for now at least, follow-up question. How would we go about enforcing these parking requirements? I mean, do we have people going out at night? I mean, how does this work?
Well, as a few of our regulations in the city are ranged, and that is, it could be very intensive if we were to proactively monitor them. They're not really there because something only deserves our time when it becomes a problem. Our staff's time is important and it's limited, but the regulations on the books allows us then to say, if there's a complaint, if there's a known violation, we have something to say, you're compelled to follow this standard. You're required to follow this. So.
All right, thank you for that answer. Commissioner Kelly, I saw your hand was raised, and then Commissioner Hay afterwards.
Yes, thank you, Mike, for bringing this up. And these regulations, I think, create a symmetry and making sure that across the board in different cities and different areas, that people know what to expect with rental properties and Airbnbs. So I love that we're looking at other cities and seeing what they're doing and seeing how we can implement it in our city. To Vice Mayor Cruz's point on the, when it becomes a nuisance, I would like to hear what other cities are doing to address that issue when you have a house that becomes a chronic issue with rentals. I know that sometimes if it gets to the level of a party house or something, Airbnb may shut it down, but what can we do as a city to address that issue locally when it gets to that point where it's excessive to our residents and to the neighbors and other people in the community. But these other regulatory limits that the other counties or the other cities have implemented, I think would all provide our residents some relief in knowing that that they are safe and comfortable in their own home. And I think that's our main goal, is to make sure that, we're not having this revolving door of people coming and going on a weekend, and our residents are not sure who's coming and going. So thank you for presenting this. I do love all the ideas of how we can make regulations going forward. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hay.
No, it shows that Commissioner Kelly and I are on the same page, because that was my exact questions as far as how other cities are looking at this. Because I take a look at some of the kids, well, they're not kids, they're middle-aged folks walking the street in my neighborhood. And I've been there for over 50 years, and I know the community, and I know they don't necessarily belong there. And they are, kind of loud in their talking, and the activities a little strange. And I don't say anything, not in this day and age. I dare not say anything. But I'm just curious as to what problems, what challenges have these other cities have had, and you probably have looked into that. And what are they doing about it? And what are we going to do to address those types of issues? Was that included in your report?
Sure. Well, I think Wellington is probably one of the most notable and nearest city that we can look at. And there is one or more recorded instances of, I think, the big parties that Mayor was describing earlier. And they have an ordinance in place. And I think it's been amended as well over time. So I think that is what's happening. The regulations are being established, particular to short-term rental businesses. And then, of course, all cities have enforcement and penalties and code enforcement boards and magistrates and things like that to put them through the necessary process to discourage and penalize and do what cities do. We can look farther to see how those penalties, if they vary that significantly outside their normal process for enforcing and reviewing those violations.
Would there be any areas of the city where these vacation rentals be prohibited from being, are they across the board, anywhere, anytime?
As indicated,
no particular zoning.
Over the past couple of years, state statutes have been amended to preempt the cities from having such prohibitions. So we wouldn't want to get close to that, that violation of state statutes.
We cannot prohibit them, and limiting the numbers also is seen as a prohibition too, because you prohibit further ones.
All right. Anything else, Commissioner Hay?
That's it.
All right, Commissioner Turkin, any questions or comments on this? All right,
Yeah.
Mr. Rump? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, last thing, I just had a lot of thoughts going in my head while we're discussing this, and it made me think about the children, underage kids living in their parents' home. It made me think about even little children. And, you know, having Airbnbs next door, I mean, in a perfect world, everybody would be a nice person and, you know, nobody will be a threat to your kids. But in this day and age, you know, it's better to be safe than sorry. And, you know, I think we definitely need to move forward in the direction of seeking a policy that at least regulates, you know, some sort of a public nuisance, that looks into the parking situation, that looks into maybe not like an in-depth background check, because then people would, that could be, in my opinion, could technically be a barrier to, like, I wouldn't go and rent an Airbnb maybe if I had to do like a full on background check. Like, I don't know how many people it would inhibit them from going that on the business side. So, but to think about like the children and the safety of the neighborhood and making sure that, obviously I heard garbage was another issue, how much garbage these Airbnbs are bringing compared to a regular home. In my neighborhood, we get garbage pickup twice a week. Is that like a city standard? Okay. So it does create that issue of the trash, like extra trash. But I mean, I guess it comes with it. We have to figure out a way to make sure that the roads are clean, that we don't have excessive trash in the neighborhoods. And I am done. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Last call from my colleagues, because I know somebody else might chime in. All right, Shuli, this is it? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rumpf. Do you have sufficient direction from us? Did you have any questions? Did you hear enough direction from us?
No, I feel there is good information.
All right, thank you. Mr. Temple, I see you're approaching the podium. Did you want to add anything to that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Commission, Adam Temple, Development Services. So Mr. Rumpf was originally supposed to present this item a couple of months ago prior to his retirement. So I just wanted to publicly recognize Mike Rumpf. Served many positions within the Development Services Department, most notably my former position. And just wanted to formally thank him on behalf of the Development Services in the city for his 35 years of public service to the city of Boynton Beach. And really glad that he's entertained the offer to stick around for a couple more months to help us out transition. So thank you, Mike.
Very good. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Thank you.
All right, thank you everybody for that very good conversation. And I look forward to getting more information from staff when we have something more concrete put together. The next item for discussion is discussion on changing sister cities. This was requested by Commissioner Turkin. Commissioner, would you like to begin? I also want to add that we did receive on the dais this affiliation policy just today. I mean, I haven't read it yet, but
neither.
Can we have a few minutes to?
But thank you. Well, Mr. Turkin, Commissioner
I'm just going to be quick and concise.
Just begin.
Quick
and while
concise. I brought
flip
this
through
up
these
last
pages.
commission meeting. I love the Sister City program. I remember being a kid and always, every time you drive into a city, you would see Sister City of, you know, whatever that city was. So like, as a kid, I would be like, well, that's not close by. You know what I mean? Like Germany's across the pond. And so, yeah, I think the Sister City program is great for the right cities. I think in this time, given the military tension that we have with China, I don't think this is a sister city that we should consider. I know that there has been discussion eliminating this in the past. I want to note that the state of Florida has a sister jurisdiction with the province of Taiwan. If we keep up the news, you can see all the conflict that we see between China and Taiwan. And China is also a country that has not condemned Vladimir Putin in the invasion of Ukraine, my father's hometown. Kharkiv, where he was born, was blown up. And so, I don't think we should have relationships with cities, that are backing this type of behavior or not condemning this type of behavior. I think we should have strong relationships with their sister cities. From what I understand from staff, elected officials will visit, we'll share cultures, we'll share art, we'll share, what's great about our city, learn what's great about their city, and we'll have those exchanges and build those relationships. I want to make sure that we're doing this with the right cities. And at this point, I don't feel that, I think Khufu, I may be pronouncing that wrong. I don't feel that Khufu, China is one of those cities that we need to have this relationship at this time. So I'm open to all possibilities. I know there's a recommendation of looking into Israel because Boynton Beach does have a large Jewish population. So I just like to hear from my colleagues on how they feel about this. That's kind of where I'm at.
Thank you, Commissioner Turkin. And I share your sentiments. I think you make excellent points. I am not aware of the process by which these things are decided. My understanding is Sister Cities is an independent nonprofit. And so there is some sort of interplay between their internal board as well as the city. And that's why thank you to whomever from staff provided this document. I look forward to going through it in detail. I do see, yes, go ahead, Commissioner. And after you, Commissioner Hay, I do see a member of the Sister Cities organization here that could share some information. So
Okay,
go ahead, Commissioner Hay.
Basically, again, I hear and feel what Commissioner Turkin is just saying. But again, I don't like things put on my desk and ask to vote on it without having the opportunity to read it and ask some questions. I haven't heard from that committee, the staff who have been dealing with sister cities over the years. So I really would like to have that input and have an opportunity to read this. It may end up the way that my colleague, Commissioner Turkin, wanted to be, but I do have a problem with we didn't get into this overnight, and I don't feel comfortable with trying to vote this one way or the other until I hear some input from the other organizations. So that's my position.
All right.
At this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Hay. We do have Ms. Oyer here, who's part of that organization. Ms. Oyer, would you like to provide any additional information?
Yes, thank you. I've been the vice president for years now. This Sister Cities has been in our city for over 20 years. Our first city was Khufu in China because we had a city employee at the time who I guess was adopting children from there. And that's how it ended up getting picked. And I have reached out when I saw this on the agenda, I reached out to the president. She was unaware of this and she's been the president for over 20 years. And I guess she was in a meeting when the city clerk's office called and she wasn't able to take the call. So this is the person who's been doing this for 20 years and was never made aware that this was on the agenda, which I have no problems discussing this. I just think it would have been appropriate to maybe bring in our Sister Cities board, since we have been working with the city for over 20 years on this. We do have sister cities in Khufu, China. We have Rauma in Finland. We have Lakai in Haiti, and we have Farindola in Italy. And the mayor was at our events. Were you at our events, Commissioner Hay, when we brought in this in our Italian sister city?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So I will say, Jeannie, our president, has asked that you table this so she can have a conversation with anyone and or be here for this. In the alternative, I will say that when we go to pick a sister city, we try and find a city that we have some kind of relationship with or something, a similar background. Like, for example, Florinda might only be 500 people and we're realistically 90,000+. We all know the census is dramatically wrong, but we both have an arts background. For example, Rauma is over by the water. It makes sense that we're a water city and we have a huge Finnish population here in Boynton and Lantana because we're greater Boynton Beach. So it includes our suburban area, Lantana, High Paluxo. We're actually talking about possibly merging with Del Rey because theirs is not as, I guess, big and as involved as ours. I don't know how we picked Lakai. I think it's because we had some Haitian members here that had ties back to Lakai. And we have, they actually are our best sister city. They regularly come over. We regularly go over there. So surprisingly, or not surprisingly, they're geographically our closest, but we have a lot of interaction with Lakai. I know a few years ago, I believe it was at, I don't want to lie, was it the St. Patrick's Day event? We did a survey, because I put together a survey, and we asked all the residents what cities, what countries they wanted to come in next. And Israel was not on the list, actually, Commissioner Turkin. The ones that got the most votes were France, Germany, England, Scotland, Ireland, exactly the kind of countries you'd probably expect. Countries where those people are already coming here. We get tourism from there. So let's, expand the economic relations. I have no problem with Israel. It just wasn't anything that anyone voted for at the time when we did this survey. So we've actually been quietly looking at France and looking at England. I think someone's been looking at Ireland too, because you want to find the right mix for the city. You want something that's similar yet different, something that you can both benefit, but yet is different enough that will encourage people to go vacation. I hope that answered your question on how we
No,
pick cities.
absolutely. Thank you. And I
Okay.
did, actually I did a little research today, and Idle, Israel is one of the cities with this foundation. It is a coastal city, population of about 55,000, 57,000. Very
They
similar to
already
Boynton
have a
Beach.
U.S. sister city,
I'm not aware of.
because
but
you can't have two in a country.
According to this does, sister
Okay.
cities does allow for dual sister cities. One is noted as a different name, I believe, but there are sister cities that do have two cities. Again, this is not about picking the next one.
Yeah.
This is about what is our relationship with the current one, given the climate with our country and what is going on, and being mindful of people from all over the world who live here in Boynton Beach or in the country or the state of Florida, and making sure that we are setting the example of what kind of city we want to be, what we stand up for, and what we turn away from.
Well, I think the actual goals of Sister City, which was started by President Eisenhower, was to work to foster relationships to help eliminate issues like this. Because working from within, I will say we've had little to no contact with our Chinese sister city for years. I have regularly personally brought up, sunsetting that city. But I think this is something that I personally am not in charge of this. I think this is a discussion that maybe you all should be sitting down with our sister cities board, which we have repeatedly reached out to the city and asked for assistance, asked for city employees to be on our board, to be more involved, to get our commission more involved. So maybe you want to reach out to Jeannie and let's all sit down and have a discussion. Obviously, we can't do it with all of you at one time, but we could, sit down, and we're all about the food. So, we're all willing to sit down, have dinner with any of you anytime. The mayor has been to several of our events over the years, even before he got involved in the commission, I believe, or just shortly after. So we welcome the opportunity to talk about it. I totally get your point.
Yeah.
I'm quite the, flag rebel rouser too, but at the same time, you don't just, the whole goal in this was to stop situations like this and to promote peace. And if you can even get through to a few people, and I totally get it, but that's something I think you should have a discussion with all of us on the board.
Yeah.
And we're not scary, we're a bunch of women.
No, I would have loved that. I would have loved that contact information when I brought it up last week. This was brought up today. I looked into this,
Yeah.
did my due diligence. And again, 11B, discussion on changing sister cities. This is the discussion that we're having. And so, if the discussion is let's table it, we need more information, then let's do that. Again, let's staff, if we can get with Ms. Oyer, that'd be great, and sit down. Again, I think this is about what we have in place currently. And go ahead.
I would just throw in, remember, this is not a city board.
Right.
This is a separate organization
Sure.
that just happens to get their annual dues paid for by the city.
Yep.
We have reached out and asked for more city involvement and have been pushed away every time we've asked.
Yep.
So there
And-
are cities, for example, look at Fort Lauderdale. Their sister cities is a city board, and they have like 116 sister cities, but they also have an airport, which helps.
Right.
So yes, we want more involvement, and I look forward to it. Thank you.
Yep. You know, and how we would go about that, it says here, the last bullet point, if a community wishes to terminate a sister city relationship, then a letter from the mayor or highest elected official of the U.S. city should be sent to the mayor of the sister city with a copy sent to Sister Cities International. Sister Cities International will then remove the partnership from its directories.
Commissioner Hay?
Again, I hear what you're saying, and I would probably agree with you down the road. Okay. But right now, I don't want us to politicize this at all, because, maybe disagreement or enemies today could be allies tomorrow. Okay. I mean, this is something that we need to talk about, discuss, and then make the proper decision.
Sure.
As far as what I see it is. And I been around the sister cities for quite a while, and it's a good organization. I would like to extend myself a little bit more to Jeannie and all the rest of them to become a part of that. So my position at this point is to table this for right now until we have the opportunity to discuss with the organization and come back and make a proper decision on which way we want to go.
Yep, I hear you, Commissioner Hay. You know, I'm just gonna challenge you, like, with the fact of like why I brought this up. You brought up politicizing. It's all over the headlines, right? And so we need to be a city that supports what is right and condemns what is wrong. And so I'm gonna challenge you. You see that man in the white shirt sitting in the front there? That's my father. His hometown in Kharkiv was blown up by the Russians. Okay. And China did not condemn that. And we are a sister city with China. And they are meeting, the president is meeting with the president of a country who's invading another country and causing these, I'm sorry, these war crimes. You know, I'm hearing you, and I support you to look into this further. But you mentioned politicize. This is passion for me. This is personal for me, and I know it's personal for a lot of residents as well. So, you know, I think again we need to identify what is right and what is wrong, and I respect your time that you need to, you know, discuss with the Sister City International, review this policy. We know how to get there. You know, we have a way to discuss it this evening. If you need more time, I hear you.
Absolutely.
But I just take what I said.
Yeah.
You know,
and I have, and we definitely want to do right and separate right from wrong. And I want to thank your dad for your service, okay, for what you have contributed for this country, for us to have the freedom that we have. I really do respect that. However, my position as a commissioner is to get all the facts and make the right decision, no matter how I feel about it emotionally, because I feel you, okay? I really do. But to make a decision based on something that was just handed to me tonight, I have a problem with it. So that's all I'm saying. Give me time, okay? I don't know the rest of my colleagues feel that way, but that's the way I feel at this stage. That I need more time to read it, digest it, ask my questions so that I'm satisfied with my decision.
yeah. So no.
That's your dad now.
That's my father. He's obviously better looking than I am. You know, he immigrated this country many years ago, and he is my role model. And you know, imagine if young man, your father's town's blown up, everything he knew. Yeah. That's all I'm asking, Commissioner. Just think about that.
I will.
All right, thank you, gentlemen, both of you. I'd like to hear from our other colleagues who have not spoken yet. I want to make sure they have that opportunity. Commissioner Kelly or Vice Mayor Cruz, would you like to add anything? Go ahead, Commissioner Kelly.
Yeah, I think that we should always be revisiting our connections with the rest of the world. So I'm certainly not opposed to seeing how we can find a sister city and support a sister city who is also going to support us, or to just be supportive. We have been, I know we have a lot of people who have come over from Ukraine to now live. And so I think that it is important that we look at supporting that country as much as we can. I don't know, just like everyone else, I just got this. I don't know the process. If it means that we have to remove a city, I understand, Commissioner Turkin, I understand your position on why you would want to do that. I just want to understand if that's something that we need to do, or if we can just add a sister city, because it sounds like Fort Lauderdale has hundreds. So, but at the same time, if there is a sister city that we no longer share the same views with or the same position with, then we need to look into that as well. So that's kind of my position. I am open to reviewing this and diving more into this with Sister Cities International. I think it is important that we continue to look at our world and look at other cities and how we can partner with them and to make both our country and their country that much better. So that's my thought on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Vice Mayor Cruz, would you like to add anything?
No, I just want to, be respectful of the opinions of our board members, and just say that, I will connect with Susan to go forward with meeting and understanding more about the sister cities. And when it comes up again, then we'll take a vote.
All right. Thank you, everybody. And I'm going to ask staff if you could please reach out to Janine Havlin to make sure she is informed and we have those meetings. Again, as it was previously stated, this is a third-party organization. It is not an official city board, so I want to make sure we respect them as well. I want to say, though, however, Commissioner Turkin, I agree with your reasoning. But I want to dig into it. I want to make sure that they're informed as well, because it's another organization. I don't want to sideswipe them or blindside them, excuse me. I want to make sure that they're aware. And I want to have that meeting with them when she's available. All right. Now, there's no actual item before us. This was just a discussion, so I don't see an item to actually table. We'll just continue this discussion in a future meeting. Is that correct, Council?
Yes, that'll work.
All right. Are there any final comments from my colleagues? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, 11C, proposed resolution number R22-160. And this is quite lengthy to read, so let me just read it gradually. A resolution of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, issuing a motion to proceed pursuant to resolution number R15-020 and approving and authorizing the mayor to sign a comprehensive agreement for ground lease and training facility comprehensive agreement with Primetime Sports Groups LLC to design, construct, operate, lease, maintain, and fund an indoor training facility to provide sports training specializing in baseball, and completion of ancillary improvement projects listed in the comprehensive agreement at East Boynton Beach Little League Park. Is there anything from staff? I see Casey, you're already here. Please introduce this item, Casey, and I see you have a presentation ready. After which I'd like to hear from the applicant, Mr. Phil Toronto. Go ahead, Casey.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Casey Young, Recreation and Parks Director. I'm here tonight to provide a brief overview of the process of how this proposal has been presented to the city. The comprehensive agreement for grand lease and indoor training facility at Little League Park. Manny, can you switch to the next slide, please? So in September of 2021, Primetime Sports Group LLC submitted an unsolicited proposal to the city for review. The proposed P3, which is a public-private partnership, was advertised in November of 2021. The city did of 2021. The city did not receive any additional proposals before December 29th, when the proposals were due, were scheduled for announcement. Next slide, please. Oh. After receiving the unsolicited proposals in February of 2022, Recreation and Parks Department began working with Primetime Sports Group to develop a draft of their agreement, along with designating the location of the indoor training facility at Little League Park. We also met with East Boynton Beach Little League Board to discuss needs of the park, along with the impact this project would have on the league at the park. In finalizing the agreement, Primetime Sports Group has agreed to include ancillary projects that will improve the overall usage of the park. Manny, next slide, please. So as you see before you, this is an overlay of the actual Little League Park. So this is what we're considering phase one of this project. So phase one includes obviously the location or a conceptual design of the location of the proposed indoor training facility, along with some of the ancillary projects. So the project includes, as part of this agreement, includes construction of an additional parking lot to accommodate the indoor training facility, along with adding additional parking at the park in general. It also includes construction of a new turf field, which is listed on this diagram as Field 5, if you can see that, which, in speaking with the Little League Board, will be used for T-ball play or really multi-purpose use place to help improve the overall program. This project also includes new park signage at the entrance of the park, along with new scoreboards for all of the fields at Little League Park, along with the new field or Field 5 that we're calling. It also includes dugouts that will help with the overall use of the park. Next slide, please. As you can see here, the city has worked in meeting with Primetime Sports Group. The city has worked to draw up an actual overall conceptual master plan of Little League Park, which shows all of the fields, including where we are proposing for the indoor training facility to be located. This overall master plan also shows renovations to all of the fields where we are shifting it, including additional parking at the park, which has been one of the sore spots for Little League Park, just due to the participation, to make sure that there's enough parking for all the participants. A new concession building, which will include concession, storage, and restroom facilities all in one building, which would allow us to expand on Field 4 in that parking area there to build the Field 5. We feel that this will also address all of the ADA concerns at the park moving forward. So again, we've worked really hard on the agreement, but also on providing a visual of improvements to the Little League Park. That is the end of my presentation. Phil Toronto from Primetime Sports Group is here tonight, if you'd like to hear from him as well.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Young. And I want to make sure that we highlight a couple of things about this proposal. Could we talk about hours of operation, and whether you address it or Mr. Toronto address it? Could we talk about hours of operation? Could we talk about parking, ADA sidewalks, playground, and what exactly are the contributions to the city in exchange for this use? So if you could, or Mr. Toronto, either one.
I can address those. Manny, could you pull back up the master plan slide again one time for me, please? So again, to address some of the questions that you just presented, the parking was in speaking with the Little League Board and our providers that use the park. Parking is obviously one of the concerns, especially when adding a indoor facility to this park. So if you look at the overall plan, currently right now at the park, there are 112 spots there. With this plan, with completion of this plan, it would increase by 50, which would give us 162 overall parking space. So that increases the parking there. And with the conceptual design of the park, it does address the ADA concerns that we have heard, where it does open up more sidewalks, more walkways, to allow more traffic flow throughout the park, where people can move from field to field more readily than the way it is designed now. Does that answer?
Yes, so I heard parking, I heard ADA. What about playground? Could you discuss also the hours of operation so I can understand, you know, will other people in the Little League, for example, be able to use the space? What about conflicting events? I want to know about that. And, you know, we'll do it one at a time. So.
All right, appreciate it.
Yeah.
So to address the hours of operation, so in the agreement, we do address the hours of operation. Again, we have drafted this agreement to have the least impact on Little League and the operation of their league and their games and practices. So one of the ways of doing that is hours of operation, which is addressed in the agreement. Right now, Primetime Sports Group is proposing to operate from 6 a.m. to about 5 p.m. Again, what we've noticed is that issuing permits to Little League is that the majority of their activities take place Monday through Friday, starting at 5 p.m. On the weekends, on Saturday, games are starting at 8 a.m. throughout. So again, we would limit the hours of operation for Primetime Sports Group in the indoor training facility so that it does not have an impact on the actual Little League games and operations of Little League.
What about the bathroom situation?
Bathroom situation. So currently right now, there is a bathroom. We have a bathroom facility there, which is roughly located where Field 5 is. With this project, the overall design of the park, that the current restroom facility would be demoed to make room for Field 5, and then that facility will then be built. A brand new facility will be built with restrooms that would address restrooms, would address some of the ADA concerns for the restrooms, also a storage facility and concession all in one building. And you mentioned the playground. So if you see right in front of the proposed location of the concession building, there is space that we've identified where potentially a playground could go. Or again, as we get more to detailed drawings of this plan moving forward, we could also locate for other areas of the park where a playground could be addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Young. That's it for me for now. Are there any questions from my colleagues for Mr. Young? And then we'll move on to Mr. Filterano next. All right, seeing none, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
The memorial wall was brought up. In this drawing, is this being moved?
In this drawing, there is a proposal for the memorial to be moved, possibly to a spot kind of in the center of the master plan. But again, that is only going to be addressed if it needs to be. So again, as we get closer to more detailed drawings, there may be a situation where we may be able to leave it or propose other locations for the wall to be moved or recreated in other areas of the park to make more space for field usage.
How are we looking to keep this memorial untouched? Well, I mean, what is the probability? Do we have that? Is it?
Not, until we have the actual detailed drawings of the plan, I cannot answer that question and say exactly how that would be addressed. But again, with this being just kind of a draft conceptual drawing of this, we don't know exactly how much space is allocated. So if there's a way to build around it, we definitely will try to take that in consideration to not move the wall. We've heard those concerns too, as far as people being, concerned if the wall would be moved or how the wall is going to be addressed. So we're taking that in consideration as well.
Thank you. I think that's an important piece of this. It's something that I did talk to Phil about, and I know that the son of who this memorial is built around. I think maybe speaking on this, which I think this is important because it's been a concern that the community has. And so I think who else better to hear from than the heir of who this memorial is built around.
Oh, 1 second.
I think we have,
Sorry.
All right, 1 second, Mr. Toronto. Commissioner Kelly?
Mayor, you kind of touched on something and it gave me a question. So just kind of thinking of process, the restrooms are going to be removed for another field. How is that going to be addressed? Is the new concession restroom storage building going to be constructed before the restrooms get destroyed? Do we have an issue where we have to worry about bringing in, a trailer? What is the plan as far as the amenities that Little League has now? We want to make sure that this affects them as little as possible. And so I want to make sure that we're, we're going to ask all of the little questions because I think it's important to everyone to hear what that they're being mentioned and addressed.
No, very good point. So we have had conversations about how it will impact Little League. And again, in constructing or demoing or moving things around, we would definitely be in contact with Little League, and we've had some of those conversations already. Determining what's the best time of year that would be the least impact to Little League, and then they let us know that summertime is probably the better time to do it, where it's not as many participants. We know that the spring season is probably the where there's more participation during the spring season. So again, we would have that conversation and make sure that it would be of least impact. But one of the things that we have discussed is possibly purchasing a bathroom trailer, which is kind of similar to the one which is behind the Arts and Culture Center, where they would have use of the trailer during construction until the new consistent building is built. And then that would also, once that is constructed and finished, then we would have a restroom trailer that the city would own that we could move from park to park, or if another situation this came up with a construction project, we would then have that available for us, also for our special events if needed.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any more questions for Casey? Okay, so then now we'll give an opportunity to Mr. Toronto to speak. And for
Thank
any
you.
questions.
First off, thank you all for allowing me to speak this evening. I believe, some of the biggest concerns are things that I can relate to very much since I've been around this Little League pretty much my whole entire life. I started there when I was 8 years old. Do we have some of those clips, I believe?
Manny, can you bring up the presentation, please?
All right, so can anybody pick me out in this picture?
I like the mullet. Whoever's got the mullet, I like that.
And actually, I'm the look for the handsome one. You can try to find that guy. And not only that, but try to find the guy that actually is probably the last time I ever stand in the back row in a picture ever before in any Little League picture at that point.
All the way to the right.
That's right. There you go. First off, good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, City Commissioner Hay, Turkin, and Kelly, Deputy City Manager Mack, Assistant City Manager Mattis, if I'm saying it right, Mattis. Assistant City Manager Temple, and Parks and Rec, Casey Young and Frankie Lazo. I truly thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to be here and present my passion project for the East Boynton Beach Little League Complex. As a young boy, I fell in love with the game of baseball. Not just the competition on the field, but the energy and excitement of being at a park and seeing an entire community come together. For me, that's all started at the Boynton Beach Little League fields. So that was our first picture, and we'll move on to, I had a lot of fun at those fields. Next picture, I'm sorry. Next slide. Next slide, please.
I'll continue on. Oh, we go. I had a lot of fun on those fields. I made a lot of lifelong friends, but most importantly, the memories that I made, I still carry with me to this day. While my dreams of becoming a professional baseball player faded over time, my passion for the game and the fields I grew up on never have. As I entered into my late 20s, I found myself being back at the East Point Little League complex, looking for ways to get involved. The first opportunity I had was as a volunteer coach. As you can see up there, there's some very important people in my life that gave me my first opportunity to coach at this Little League. One of which is on the line with us today, who is Johnny McVeigh. The other person in that picture is Mr. Jack McVeigh. Jack was the president of the East Point Little League for over 13 years. Also happens to be the name of the wall that we are all in discussion about this evening as well. Can we switch to the next page? So the second picture, obviously I mentioned Jack and Johnny McVeigh. My third coach on that team was Brett Stanton. And this picture is of one of my players and very close family members currently to this day, Andrew Hillman, after he hit a home run in one of the All-Star tournaments. Andrew's actually here today, and I thank him and his family for being here. This goes back, Andrew is 29. I think he told somebody he was 23 today, but he's 29 and he's going to be a soon-to-be father. And I'm still friends with that gentleman and his family till this day from that picture alone. I'm not sure who had more fun in that picture, whether it was me or Andrew, but it looked like it was me as I was floating in the air. Those first few years of coaching were great, but I wanted to do more. I wanted the league to have an elite complex that not only brought our community together, but that all the other communities would be impressed by. That requires a lot of time and effort, but it was very important to me to do, and I was all in. While still coaching and seemingly spending every spare moment I had at the fields, I found new opportunities to contribute by running for and being elected to the league's board of directors. This new opportunity came with responsibilities of lining the fields for game day, mowing the fields on off days, cooking for the concession stands on a Saturday, and making sure the experience was positive for all the kids. This picture is of me and my now stepdaughter, who is 22, going to be 22 years old, helping me do everything we had to do to make sure those kids got an opportunity to play a game. I remained heavily involved with the Little League for several years, but as my wife and I started our family and my career began in baseball, it demanded more and more of my time. Sadly, I had to step away, but the love for the league and the community still stays stronger. Next picture, please. That handsome little kid that Commissioner Turkin pointed out fell in love with the game of baseball on those fields decades ago. And I am proud to say, thanks to those opportunities I was given, I accomplished my dreams and became a certified Major League Baseball agent. As if accomplishing my dream job wasn't enough, I am also the proud father of these two little guys sitting right here, Dylan and Dominic, who are also Little League players. And my biggest support system, my wife, Sheila, who has been my biggest fan and biggest supporter for a long time. This athletic training facility I am proposing is a facility for all aspiring athletes of all ages who want to better themselves with speed and agility, weight training programs, and nutritional guidance. So if you want to improve in your craft in any sport, we are here and ready to help. Let me point that out. This is for all sports. It's not for just baseball. Although East Point Little League is a baseball field, we plan on making sure that every single kid in this community, not just the kids at baseball, but everyone has an opportunity to get better. My team of professional trainers is excited to bring a world-class complex for everyone already involved with the league, including all athletes and their families throughout our city. I want to ensure that every single member of our community feels right at home, just like I did. I am not only committed, but determined to transform East Point Little League into a destination complex that creates incredible opportunities for the entire community. Our scholarship programs will complement my mission statement. And that mission statement is that no person gets left behind. Nobody within this community will be turned away from accomplishing their goals and dreams, just like I was never turned away. Sports is such a powerful developmental tool for young boys and girls. It helps with physical development, mental development, and social development. Can we switch to the next slide, please? One of the most exciting programs that will also be available is a safe play field for athletes in the First Step program, commonly known as the Miracle League. I have had the privilege of witnessing some of the most heartwarming moments when a child or adult has the opportunity to hit a ball while their chosen pro athlete is there to assist them to reach first base and beyond. While witnessing these moments, I personally have heard the athletes say to these individuals, "You guys are the heroes because you guys never give up." In 2003, the East Boynton Little League that captured our hearts and took our great city all the way to Williamsport, Pennsylvania, eventually winning the U.S. Little League World Championship, Boynton Beach became a household name for many years. Those players lived out their dreams that summer, and they still serve as a constant reminder for me that dreams can and do come true. So, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, Commissioners Hay, Turkin, and Kelly, along with everyone who has come out and stayed this late tonight, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for showing your support. It is my goal, and basically a very simple goal, and that is to make East Boynton Little League the new field of dreams. And I promise you, if you allow me to build it, they will come. At this time, I am excited to play a few videos that I feel will enter into this proposal and really hit home. Can we play the videos, please? There's no sound. We need some sound, please, and if we can rewind it. Need some audio. Are we trying to get it?
Staff, can we get an update? What's happening? Anyone from IT? All right, I see our IT director is working on it.
Okay.
Let's give him a moment.
All right.
Mr. Toronto, in
Please.
the meantime, could we do another portion of your presentation, or is this the last item?
This is the last item.
Okay.
More than welcome to ask me any questions while we're getting
Yes,
that
I
up.
think that would be a good idea in the meantime while they work on the video.
Appreciate that.
All right. Questions and comments from my colleagues while they are up on the podium? Okay. Go ahead,
No,
Commissioner
go ahead.
Turgeon.
Yeah, I think you hit it home when you said, no kid gets left behind. Because I know, when I did Little League, there was a year when we couldn't afford it, and I played baseball, catcher and third base. Started out in outfield because I couldn't hit too well.
You look like an athlete.
Coach stuck me in the outfield, and then I kept training.
I stuck Andrew out in the outfield too, but he was pretty
right.
good.
So yeah, play outfield, Little League, there's something there. But I think sports is important, especially during youth. It teaches you discipline. It teaches you that hard work does pay off. And it keeps you out of trouble. It keeps you moving, and it keeps you on a trajectory to become successful in life. And so I think as a community, whatever we can do to get more youth involvement and invitation to something of this scale, like speed and agility class. I know this is a partnership with the Barwis Foundation, which I spoke with Mike Barwis, and they can offer, and I'm going to ask a couple things, just correct me if I'm wrong, but
Sure.
They'll offer some scholarships for kids to participate in the speed and agility course, and then an additional league, correct?
Yes. So the scholarship program basically works. Again, no kid gets turned away. It's not my intention here to take anything away. It's to continue to keep giving back. Okay. Those fields for many years gave to me. A lot of the reason why I'm here today standing up is because of those fields and presenting this project to you. I feel so strongly about doing this in my community that I grew up in, with my children staying here right next to me and them playing on the same fields their father got to play on. I want every kid to have that feeling in this community. Boynton Beach Bulldogs, those guys are great athletes over there. I want all those kids to come over there for speed and agility. And whether they can afford it or not, they'll always be welcome.
And and thank you for that. And part of, I think, is the name of the nonprofit, is it Barlow's Foundation? Is that?
Yes, sir. So Mike Barros has actually been training my players that I represent currently for many years. Mike is an unbelievable trainer, but more important, a human being. A lot of his foundations are built to give back to kids. They're not to take anything away. They're continue to keep adding the fact that kids can do anything that they put their minds to, whether unfortunately you're in a wheelchair or you're able to run the 60 at a record time. The guys and the children and the adults that Mike works with have been pushed to the limits because athletes have been around them as well. And while watching that and watching a young man first get a chance to walk again because his favorite athlete is pushing him to do that, it's a sight that I don't think any of us would ever not shed a tear in watching. It's something that moves me to be in the facility with Mike and continue to keep being in the facility with Mike because his motives are pure. And by being pure and giving back to children who can't walk or even can walk is what we're all here for.
Yeah.
That's why I became a father.
One of the things that I talked about with Mike was, if we were to move forward, what can, obviously the nonprofit can scholarship, we can help everybody and truly leave no one behind.
Mm-hmm.
What can we do that the nonprofit can bring to the community? Maybe an annual sports event, something to bring these role models for a lot of our youth, right? I mean, listen, I love major league players, NFL players, and when I was a kid at the '96 Olympics in Atlanta, I remember meeting Michael Jordan, and it was like the greatest experience in the world. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
And I think if we have the possibility to get that community involvement, with these athletes, I think that's huge for the kids. It was huge for me when I was a kid.
Absolutely. I remember as a kid, before I got into the line of work I'm doing now, standing by a fence and wishing somebody came up to me and signed an autograph. My kids, I don't want to say I spoil them, but maybe I do in a little bit because they get to meet athletes that I never got to meet. Some of those guys are standing up there. If we can get that audio, we'll be able to explain to you what I mean to them and what this project means to them as well. So a lot of things you're talking about, Commissioner Turkin, is I want to continue to keep bringing athletes into the community. I went to school with Mike Rumpf, who played for the San Francisco 49ers, a good friend of mine. He comes back here all the time. My athletes want to come back here all the time. They want to give back to the community. Not Mike Rumpf that was here earlier.
I was going to say, we are learning more and more about Mr. Rumpf.
Not Mike Rumpf that I got to stay here for another hour and listen to some good stuff, though. No, so Mike Rumpf actually went to Atlantic High School, played for San Francisco 49ers, was a Boynton Beach product at the Zell Hester Center, came back and coached for many years as well. These are some of the things that my athletes are going to do for this community. Although some of them aren't from this community, they feel that strongly because of what I do for them on a daily basis and help their careers, that this is something that they can do for their for my community as well as the community that supports them as heroes. Okay, whether they were from Boynton Beach or not, The gentleman that's up there right now with the blonde hair went to Park Vista High School. He was on that picture that I presented as the last picture just before the building. I coached that kid. If Andrew wanted to go pro, I would have helped him out too. He wanted to do other things, and we supported him in that. But no kid gets turned away. Whether you're going to be a professional athlete or not, you can come in our facility and work hard. I can stand to lose a couple of pounds, so we can go out, work out together. We all can go into this facility and make good of it. There's nothing bad about this facility. It's only good. We're going to continue to keep giving back.
Thank you for that, Mr. Toronto. I want to make sure all of our commission members here have an opportunity to ask questions.
Sure.
Are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues here? Go ahead, Commissioner Turkin.
Yes, I'd like to know, you mentioned about this is not just baseball. What are some of the other sports that would be played on that field?
Whatever sport you want to do. It covers everything. Olympic sports, basketball, hockey, football, baseball. Mike even has cricket players, believe it or not. Every person that is involved in a sport is capable of going out there and bettering their craft, whatever they do, no matter what it is. Okay. That's where the speed and agility and the weight training and the nutrition programs and the camps and the professional RAN camps. Okay. A lot of Little League coaches are all volunteers. I was a volunteer. That was my first job, was a coach. Okay. Although I had a very strong background in baseball, my friend Cliff Terracusa would probably tell you that's not true, but who's here supporting me today. He actually works. Oh, he left. Where did he go? Where did Cliff go? He's actually one of the first scouts I met. He's with the San Diego Padres. Okay. These are the type of facilities he goes to see players out there, to recruit them, to sign them, to not only give them an opportunity in major leagues or minor league system or professional contract, but also can recognize talent from any level. Okay. Those are the kind of people that are going to be coming into our community. Some of the people that sometimes drive right past us just to go to FAU will now stop. This will be a destination complex.
One of the biggest challenges that I see is parking. Okay. Yep. Do we have a handle on the parking? Because, right now I notice they parking on the grass and every place else, but how is that in the overall scheme of things going to be handled?
Casey, do you mind if I answer that? So when professional athletes train, they come out first thing in the morning. Okay. They're there at 6 a.m. working hard. And they're usually gone by 12, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's not to say that they're not going to come back and sign some autographs for these kids in the community while they're here and staying here. But they're usually gone with their workouts and moving on to something else after about 11 or 12 o'clock. Now, again, I spent a lot of years at this Little League. Okay. I know the ins and outs of it probably just as good as anybody that walks through those fields on a daily basis. Okay. I know how many months out of the year that Little League's going to be around there. I know how many games they play. I know what hours of operation they run. Monday through Friday, 5 o'clock, you can anticipate the first mom or dad dropping off their kid to go practice. Okay. During the season, there's fall season, there's spring seasons. But I promise you, when this building hopefully is approved, parking's not going to be an issue. We're going to make sure that the kids get the opportunities they want to have without us disrupting them. But it's not going to be a disruption. It's going to be fun. What better way if Aaron Judge walked in here tomorrow and said, "Hey guys, how you doing? Let me sign some autographs for you kids." I'm pretty sure nobody's going to care where they can park. We might have to build something across the street for parking eventually, and hopefully that's something that we can do. But I can promise you, we'll continue to keep adding where we need to add. The whole point of this is to give back and add wherever we add.
Okay.
And then, Commissioner, just to address your question, with the conceptual design that we have, the overall master plan of the park, it will increase the number of available parking spaces by 50. So we'll go from almost 112 spots to 162 spots.
Okay. I know there's a Little League board. Have you communicated with them, and what's their feel about all of this as far as partnering opinions of, have you?
So to address that question, we have met with the board throughout this process as we were drafting the agreement. Once we got towards the end where we were finalizing it, we had a meeting. We attended a Little League board to present the project to them to get some input, some feedback on the project. They did provide that. We went back in, revised the agreement some more, we had the overall master plan of the park done, drawn up, a draft of that. And we went back to the board again before bringing it to the commission today. We met with the board to present all of the findings and the finalized agreement along with the master plan to give them an idea of what the city is working, hopefully with this agreement, along with city backing what the park could be in the end. So yes, we did meet with them.
Okay, I know there's going to be maintenance for that facility, and I guess there are monies to be made on that park and by anyone, and I mean we won't be collecting property taxes on that because that's city owned, right?
Right.
So would there be monies earned by anyone? And because I see that as a earning monies at the expense of the city, and we're not receiving our piece of the pie through taxes. I mean, I'm just asking.
I got you. The agreement that's before you is a lease agreement. So again, Phil will or Primetime Sports Group will build this facility, and then they will have to pay rent or lease funding back to the city. So again, there is a scale of what those prices are. The first year is 400, the second year is 8, the third year it continues to move up as the years go on. So again, we set it up that way to make sure that everyone is successful, because we don't want to spend the time having this building built, put on city property, and then it's not successful. So and then one of the other things that is being brought to the table is that Phil is proposing to do some of those ancillary projects that, again, turfing those fields, field 4 and 5, that does decrease the maintenance of the field because it is now a turf field instead of it being grass, where currently the city does have a maintenance vendor that does take care of the fields currently. So that does decrease some of the maintenance costs.
So that'd be AstroTurf.
Yes, correct.
And to be clear, Casey, that is in the agreement?
Yes, it is in the agreement for Field 5 and Phil's agreement to be turf field with dugouts. And again, moving forward and working with some of the other vendors that are out there, the city plans to turf Field 4 as well.
All right. Commissioner Hill, was there anything else?
No, that's it for now.
All right. So let me just ask a couple of questions. And Mr. Toronto, I know I've spoken to you multiple times.
Yes, sir.
And I'm very excited for your project, and I wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you.
I do have to ask a couple of questions, and I just don't want you to take it the wrong way. It's
okay.
just part of my due diligence. Public-private partnerships, they're a good thing, and we want all things to work out. But the reality is sometimes things don't work out. This is a future we don't really want to see, but we hope for the best, but we got to plan for the worst. And so my question is either to staff or to council. Can we just imagine some scenarios for a moment? What are some provisions in this agreement, should something not work out? What would happen then to make sure that the parties are protected? So is that something for staff, council? Do you want to chime in?
I can answer some of those
Sure,
questions.
go ahead.
So when Casey was drafting the document, part of they're going to be putting improvements on our public property. So as a part of that, because it's over a threshold, they will have to put up a payment and performance bond. So for instance, like you were mentioning, unfortunately, when we write contracts, we write them in a way so that when we have to undo what we did, it's easier to be done. They have to put up a bond, a payment and performance bond, which would protect the city from liens, which you cannot lien public property, which is why you have to put up a payment and performance bond. If for some reason during the process they were to go defunct, we could call in that bond and complete the project. That is also for the ancillary projects. Also, at the end of the lease, the city will own those facilities, and we will take over them at the end.
All right. Oh, that was good. Council, I see you've approached the podium. Do you have anything else to add? And can you just introduce yourself for the record?
Sean Swartz, City Attorney's Office.
Was there anything else?
Sean
to add
worked on the document with
All right,
staff on it and can answer any questions you may have
If you
specifically
have
on
any
that.
questions.
So, Mr. Schwartz, that was essentially my questions. I just want to make sure that if things don't work out, that there are provisions in place that protects the city and our interests.
Correct.
Okay.
Additionally, I think in the agreement, we also require that any of the people working in the facility or that around the children or in the would have to be background checked as well.
Excellent. That's an important point when you're working with children. Could we talk about what exactly are these ancillary? I don't know what word to use, but these benefits or that you are contributing to the city. Could we just make sure, A, what are they? B, are they in the agreement? And number two, what exactly is the city going to do? So I know, Mr. Young, we had that conversation, but I wanted to make sure that's clear to the public which part is prime time and which part is city, so we can see how the partnership would be intertwined. And can you also, I'm sorry, I don't want to throw it all at you, but
okay.
we can always come back. But also we have a understanding expectation of what those spaces are, and so let's just go with that first.
All right. So to answer your question, the projects that are included in the Primetime Sports Group agreement include construction of a parking lot to accommodate the indoor training facility, which also can be used for parking for park usage. Also, the construction of an additional artificial turf field with dugouts and perimeter fencing, which on the earlier diagram you can see it, which was we're calling Field 5. New Little League Park entrance signage that would be a digital sign that would hopefully attract and be able to promote the park as long as with programs that are going on throughout the city and at the park as well. And then also scoreboards for all of the fields throughout the park. So that would be five scoreboards for each field.
5, wow, thank you.
And then just to talk about the city's part. So the city part, as of now, we are looking to, obviously, we have to demo the current restroom facilities, and we are signing on to construct the new concession / restroom / storage facility in the park.
All right, thank you for that, and I appreciate that information. Anything else from my colleagues? Otherwise, I do have to turn this to public comments. Vice Mayor Cruz.
Well, first of all, I wanted to thank you and your partner for putting this together, for thinking about Boynton Beach.
Thank you.
To come here and make this a destination. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to make this happen and to see this field come to life, to be a really great place for children and for people of all ages to really, anyway. With that being said, I do have a couple of questions, and I kind of backtracking to what the mayor stated earlier. When we sell property or give property away per se, we usually have a reverter clause, but in this case, that's not what's happening. What we're doing is we're renting it or leasing the space for 30 years. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a lease. So it'd be like if they breach a lease, we take care of it as a landlord.
Okay. And then my only real question would be like, how many people can fit in the building?
That's a great question. So right now, I think we have it set to be between 7,500 square feet all the way up to roughly about 12,000 square feet. The good thing about the training aspect of professional sports is it's a lot of one-on-one stuff. So from a capacity standpoint, you're usually around 200 people, but there will never be 200 people in the 7,500 square foot facility at one time for us, because a lot of it's one-on-one stuff within teams. You're talking about maybe 10 to 15 players at a time. Studies show that when you are working with athletes, you're better off working with them within a smaller group because you get more done. You get more out of them. My son trains as well. He trains with his coaches more on a one-on-one basis.
Thank you. Yeah, and the reason why I asked that question was kind of the parking question. Like we have maybe like 200 people per se fit into the area, and then there are 162 parking spaces. But obviously, as you mentioned,
right,
people come in, people leave, and so on and so forth. So that is all the questions I have. Just wanted to thank you all for
All right,
your time.
Commissioner Turkin and then Commissioner Kelly, then we'll go to public comments.
So Commissioner Hay brought up a good point about generating revenues for the city. So with this, you have a similar project, or there is a similar project like this in Deerfield Beach and Palm Beach Gardens, correct?
Yeah, so Mike Barwis actually has 4 locations. One is in Deerfield Beach. The other one's at Port St. Lucie, which is in the spring training facility for the Mets. And then there's another one in Michigan and another one in Colorado. So this would be kind of more of a satellite location for him.
Sure. So with this facility and drawing those high profile athletes, not all of them live in Boynton Beach, not all of them live in Florida.
No.
So they would need a place to stay.
Absolutely.
We don't have a hotel yet over on the east side. So
Yep.
this may help get to, I think, what we all kind of want, which would generate revenue. So that being said, did the one in Deerfield, after that facility was built, and I'm asking you, I talked to Mike about this, but just so I have the right information, there was a hotel that was built after that facility was built?
Yeah, so right after Mike built his 39,000 square foot facility, Fairfield Inn Suites, which is, I believe, a Marriott property, moved right in afterwards. Even despite the fact that there was a Hilton, which probably is kind of funny, I guess, Hilton up on the 95 exit, and then there's now a Fairfield Inn Suites. So yes, a hotel did come in. My players were actually staying there throughout the course of the offseason last year at a very good rate and brings more people to the area.
Yep. And that creates a ripple effect, right? You have
That's right.
people visiting the city, they're spending money at small businesses, going to the store, whatever have you. They're spending money in the town.
Right. Roger Dean Stadium, which is in Jupiter, and then the new ballpark of Palm Beaches thrive during the spring training months. I mean, Abacoa, downtown West Palm Beach, all those places are packed. So, we want to continue to keep bringing people back to, Boynton Beach and feel good about it like they did back in 2003, and it was a household name. This is a way to do it.
Yep. No, and that's where I'm going with this, is I think looking at the big picture, this is an opportunity where we can make Boynton Beach a destination city. And, I think either Commissioner Hay or Mayor, I think one of you mentioned about one of the lectures or classes you went to at the CRA convention about how to drive a hotel to your town. You need to make it a destination city. And so I think this is a great opportunity to start the momentum, so these hotel groups can look at us. Because the Boynton Inn, the Homing Inn, those aren't the best places we want, people staying.
No, I don't think my athletes want to stay there.
I think you hit it on the head. If you build it, they will come.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Kelly. Then we'll do public comments.
Yeah, I have a question kind of to piggyback on Commissioner Hay with regard to maintenance. I know that we as a city, obviously we maintain the park, but with this training facility, I saw in the agreement where there is a monthly permit fee. Is that to cover maintenance of that training facility, or is the training facility going to be maintained by Prime Time? And how is that gonna work?
The maintenance of the facility falls on Primetime Sports Group. So again, the landscaping around the building, inside the facility, that is all the responsibility of Primetime Sports Group. The maintenance that you mentioned is the city maintains the fields. So again, if the artificial turf field is built, then that does decrease the amount of maintenance that is required to maintain that field. But no, anything around the landscaping around the building and inside the facility is the responsibility of Primetime Sports Group.
Right, and so the lease agreement, I would expect, is worded in such a way to give provisions and restrictions on what we expect as far as how that facility is maintained, correct?
Correct. There's language in the agreement that addresses those issues. So again, if there's any violations that the city dubs a violation or concern with the care or maintenance of the facility, then yes, we can come in and, you know, code enforce or present violations to Primetime Sports Group to encourage them to fix any issues that we see fit.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking forward to hearing public comment on this.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to public comment.
I'm sorry, can I just do the video real quick? I know we
So
kind
did
of
we
went to
get
the.
that to work?
Yeah, well, I have the audio on my phone, so we're just gonna kind of play the video so that way the audio can go through the microphone.
Great.
Manny, if you'll queue up the video.
Hello from South Korea. My name is Tyler Hempler. I'm a client of Phil Toronto's. Wish I could be there to support you during this time, Phil. We're here in Korea playing in the Korean Series, which is Korea's equivalent of the MLB World Series. I think the facility that Phil's trying to get built for those kids in Boynton Beach play a huge role in helping them become champions on and off the field. And I look forward to coming down there, checking out the facility and helping out those kids once it's finished being constructed. See you soon. Itagawayo.
What's up, everybody? My name's Trey Amergy. Known Phil for a long time. He's representing me in my professional career, and to be honest, we've been looking for a baseball facility like this for a long time. I used to live in the area. I went to Park Vista, so I know that baseball is serious down there, and this facility can change a lot. Could possibly bring me back home. I've been living in Clearwater for almost 10 years now, but once this thing opens up, I might have to move back over and do all my business out of there. So wish I could be there, but it's a good thing. It's a good deal, and I hope you guys all accept it, say yes, and let's get this moving forward.
Hello, my name is Kyle Marmon. I'm a client of Phil Toronto's. I'm currently in AAA with the Cleveland Guardians. Unfortunately, Phil, I can't be there to support you in this time. I'm on vacation in Dublin, Ireland. But I know Phil's a huge part of that Boynton Beach community, and this facility he's trying to build is going to have a huge impact for those kids on and off the field. I'm excited to see it get built, come down and help those kids out and make an impact.
Hey, this is Jake Noel with the Washington Nationals. Looking forward to going down to Boynton Beach when my agent Phil Toronto's facility is built. Looking forward to coming down and seeing all the kids and interacting with them. See you guys soon.
Hey guys, how are you? I'm here in support of my man Phil Toronto. He is a great man. He is a man who promotes baseball at its highest level.
I just want to, this gentleman right here, we can play the audio as you guys see his face. He was on the 2003 World Series Little League U.S. Championship team here in East Point. His name is Devin Travis. Okay. Devin was a heck of a ball player at 11. Not only was he a heck of a ball player at 11 years old, but he also got drafted by the Detroit Tigers and then eventually made it to the Toronto Blue Jays in a trade later on in his career and played in the Major League Baseball. His first pro home run was at New York Yankee Stadium. So I'll play the rest of the video.
He believes in bringing out the best in all the kids. And really my whole life, at least since I've known him, he's done nothing but bring positive vibes and the will and the want to make this world better. So I'm happy to stand here today in full support of Phil Toronto's want to build this facility. I think it's huge for the youth in the city of East Boynton. I love East Boynton very much. Obviously, our 2003 Little League World Series run was incredibly special. And I want a region to show back up to those same fields in that same area and really support the place that was the beginning of baseball really taking off in my life. And baseball means a lot to me. So all those who were there by my side and in my career and those who have the same, want to promote the game of baseball for these young kids around the world today. And even more specifically, in the same home in the same city that I grew up in and played baseball. It's a dream come true for me. So I'd love to be a part of this facility in any way I can to support Phil and support those kids. And I can't wait to see the next line of Major League Baseball players coming out of East Point. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Toronto. So now let's proceed to public comments on this item. If you would like to say something about it, now's the time to approach the podium. Every person has 3 minutes. If you are new here, just FYI, this is not a Q&A. This is for us to listen to you. And for those of you online, please make sure that you raise your digital hands. And then at the conclusion of all those in person, that'll be the last digital hand that we'll accept. All right, let's begin with Ms. Oyer. Go ahead.
Hi, it's Susan Oyer. I think this is a
Is the
great-
microphone on? 1 second. Is it on? All right. I don't hear anything.
No, I'll talk a little louder. Susan Oyer. I think this is a great plan. I think it's fabulous. I think this is the wrong location. I really think this should be, oh, there we go. Thank you. Casey, what did you do to the mic? So I think this is the wrong location. I think we should be looking at putting this at possibly at Forest Park Elementary or one of the older elementary schools, middle schools, where they have adequate land for this. None of you have brought up or discussed, or maybe you aren't even aware, when Major League Baseball came to Jupiter, that area, there was stories and research done all over the papers. Every city that has ever brought in baseball has lost money. And every city was brought up. There was a huge analysis by the Palm Beach Post. Maybe you want to go look that story up. There's no money coming in long-term over baseball. And last, and please, you're allowed to have your own opinion, but last, no one's talked about the cemetery issue. Take a look at the original deed to that property. It was given to the city to be part of the cemetery. We have already maxed out our cemetery. You already hear people coming in and complaining about the 2 cemeteries at the north end of town. The traditionally African-American cemeteries are full. They're coming in. I hear them in public comments saying, where are we going to bury our families? And this land is supposed to be cemetery land. And we have filled up our cemetery, or are darn close. And I have no vested interest in this because I have my plot. I know where I'm being buried. Y'all can wave hi to me when you're driving by on Wilbright. But, well, that's what's going to happen to all of us sooner or later. But the reality is that land is cemetery land. And that's what it was originally given to this city for. So maybe you all want to stop and look at the other side of this coin, which is where are you going to be putting people when they pass? Where are you planning on being put? And this land was given to the city just to be a cemetery. Its current use is a baseball field. That's not meant to be its long-term use. Please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Toronto, I know you want to respond. I can see
I would
you.
love to on that one.
1 second. Let's
I
have
understand.
all of public comments. Then afterwards, we'll hear back from you and
Absolutely.
staff. Okay, let's just get everybody taken care of. So is there anybody else, again, for public comments? If you're in the room, if you'd like to speak on this, now is the time to approach the podium. And again, staff, make sure everybody online are able to raise their digital hands. All right, sir, go ahead and please state your name for the record.
My name is Thomas Jerry Thiebaud Jr., but Nature is what I'm known as. And Jesus has given me the plateau of the creator, the owner of the plantation. I took ownership. Came home on March 20, 2020 at 2:47. Epic Center for the Virus was North St. Augustine mutation. But that was my step home. This proposal, I'm going to talk to this gentleman when hopefully after the meeting, and I've got a design that I think he might be very interested in. It's the North Natural Stream System. If you're talking about wanting to be able to have some income coming in, this North Natural Stream System is a community place where the community can sit, read books, do studies, relax, listen to natural running water over waterfalls, rapids, and they would be served commissary items, and the papers would, be available for them to read, magazines. But this park would be a great place, so that way it wouldn't be just for nighttime baseball. It would actually have a connection with the community, where the community would go there for this relaxation spot. This is called the Norris Natural Stream System, after a lady friend of mine that got saturated with cancer and passed away. And I think it was because her stream that she listened to all the time that was ran with electricity that was disharmonious to nature. Electricity, when you produce electricity, this stream also would be a experimental stream to be able to show that that electricity gives the energy that produces that electricity a universal connection to manipulate the environment where the electricity is being used in, to promote the same direction that said energy is promoting, which produces that electricity. And that's why this virus on the second mutation, they gave it a universal connection to connect with all the viruses, to connect with electromagnetic waves. This virus will be able to control all cell structure within this planetary realm. It'll give me the ability to control all structure. I'll be able to make a tree come down and give me the fruit. Bend its limb down and give me the fruit. Pick me up and take me up as high as I want, or up to the top of the tree. So this cell is going to give me that power. That's the reason it mutated on March 22, 2020 at 2:47 was when the EMTs closed out the signal after they cleaned my wounds from the Iranian cell, opening up all the virus receptors. That's what gave the virus the ability.
Thank you so much for your time. We're going to move on to the next public comment speakers, next person, and there's two podiums, so we're going to go back and forth.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Reedy. You might wonder why I care deeply about the Little League field. I spent 10 years on their board. He coached my daughter's softball team for 7 years. I ran the concession stand for 6 years as a volunteer. The Little League field is near and dear to my heart. My era of Little League life was prior to Phil's. He came along. My children are older than he is. So I do have some concerns. Our Little League field is one of our best and busiest, well-used fields. There's only 2 months out of the year that it's not utilized by the Little League board. And that would be June and December. I'm curious about, the impact to the park is pretty obvious. Susan's correct. We need to find a better place for this. That park is full. It's full. And the additional parking that staff worked hard to find isn't really additional parking, because right now the parents and grandparents and everybody is parking on the grass. So it's not really additional parking. It's just new paved parking, I think. So it's the master plan. I hope that if there are plans to improve the park, that you will ask and seek public input on what they actually need over there. Okay. The other problem I have is I read the 54-page document. 30 years is a long time with 2 additional 10-year add-ons at the end. That's 50 years that you're looking at. I wish that you were making him do his part first, not simultaneously. We need to learn a lesson from other things that we've done, development type things, where we give them the carrot before they get the stick. We need to work on that a little bit. I have a problem with the Saturday hours. Saturday at the baseball field, come on over. If you can get in off of Wilbright, we park all the way to Wilbright. My son coaches there now. My grandson plays there. So I care very much about the well and established trees, that we would lose our picnic pavilion. And also, we got wind of competition. XLB Baseball apparently is planning a training facility at Wilbright and military. So this would not be the only thing in town.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Next speaker, please state your name for the record.
Randy Charnan, lived at that field for 18 years. My son unfortunately had to leave because he's training. He's got weight training tomorrow because he's the ace of his staff down at the university where he plays now. He started at the age of 5. My wife was the team mom. I had a heart attack at that field and died in Bethesda Hospital because we beat a team that we hadn't beaten in 4 years. So out of excitement, which I found out that heart attacks are caused from excitement of stress and the explosion of plaque. So that's what happened to me, but it happened at that field. And guess where I was a week later? I was back at that field. I lived at that field. Everybody, my son still has all his friends from that little league, from that T-ball team. They're all still friends. It's a family. You can't destroy a family no matter what happens. It never goes away. So what Phil's trying to do to this, to bring back, I mean, you go back, I drive on 95 off of Wilbright every day. And no matter if there's kids at that field or not, I look to see, because that's where I lived for 18 years. It was at that field. And I was on that board with Jack, and I helped with that wall. And I know what Jack would want. And I think John's listening, and I think John will second that. But it's a place for kids. I mean, we need that, especially in these times. We need places for kids to go. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have 2 podiums. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to speak on this item? Now is the time. Please form a line so I know you intend to speak. Otherwise, we'll proceed to online speakers.
Hi, Ernest Magnolia, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach. So as usual, when you come here and you have any kind of comments that may not go along with like the scene that you create here, you pack the place with all pro something. And then if anybody doesn't agree with it, of course, you know, they get harassed here. Last time I said something about this that wasn't so nice outside. I had some people come up and threaten me. So it's the way you're doing things that's frightening. Okay. You also have to admit that with children, what do we have? 17,000 families in Boynton Beach living in poverty. And that's a lot of children. And I would like to really know, with all these statements that, oh, it's for the kids in Boynton. If they don't have money, come on in. You're all going to come in. I don't think so. I don't think anyone here can say that every kid from every area of Boynton Beach can somehow get there and be treated like anybody else who pays or doesn't pay. I doubt you can show a model where that happens, because basically when you listen to the overall plan, you seem to be attracting outsiders, not people from Boynton benefiting. And you talk about things like concessions there and hotels and maybe serving liquor. And I don't think you make the public aware of the problems that you have, like at some of your facilities now, like the golf courses where, you know, there's a lot of problems and a lot of people are getting lawsuits and getting fired. And there's problems with the way the city gives out contracts. And there's a lot of lawsuits with the city. But of course, if you bring that up at a meeting, they say, oh, the person is anti-kids, they're anti-baseball, they're anti-America. No, that's not what it is. There's kids in Boynton Beach that should come first, not second. And these kind of projects are known. The last thing they really care about or deal with is handicap or special needs or poverty kids in Boynton Beach. And if you could show a model here, well, that's written into the contract, that any kid from Boynton Beach is going to get the same service, whether they can pay or not, I would like to see that in writing. I don't think you can produce it. And I think this is really a high profit making organization. And the city's got some major problems with the way you're giving out contracts. And I doubt the city lawyer would deny that there's not lots of lawsuits. But of course, there again, who knows what I'll expect outside now. People say, oh, you're anti-baseball, you're anti-kids. No, I'm not. I care about the kids in Boynton Beach first, not some, athletes from Miami or Georgia or whatever coming in here. How about the 17,000 kids in poverty? How about them?
All right, thank you. Moving on to the next public comment speakers. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this item? All right, sir.
My name is Jeff Aubrey. So in the picture that Phil showed you guys at the beginning with all the kids in the film, all right, so I was the guy, the good looking blonde that was on the bottom row. And so I met Phil when I was 8 years old, and I'm 43. And my kid plays there. Actually, we just left there. So Jackson's over there, wave high. We just left the fields to come here to support this. Other parents have said the same thing. It needs work. It needs work. Concession needs work. Scoreboards needs work. Fields need work. And Phil's trying to do that. So I understand everybody's not pro baseball or whatever, but I'm pro kids for baseball. It helped me when I was young. I played baseball my whole life. Phil the same way, and I'm doing the same thing for my kids like he's doing for his. We need it. It's part of Boynton Beach, period. I've been here my whole life. I was born in Bethesda Hospital. So I've been here since 1979. That field's been here. So it's helped all of us. It needs to stay here. Thanks, Phil.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to speak on this item? All right, Mani or whoever is there in IT, let's go online to any virtual public comment speakers. How many people have their hand raised?
Mr. Mayor, we have 4 hands raised.
All right, just go ahead and unmute one of them and state their names.
Our first speaker is John McVie. John, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hey, everybody. My name is John McVeigh. I was a player at East Boynton Beach Little League from 10 years old and on. My dad, his name was Jack McVeigh. He was a president and volunteer at East Boynton Beach Little League for over 20 years. When it comes to this project, the way I look at it is a little bit different than some other people. I look at it as guaranteed baseball in the community of Boynton Beach. And I look at it as 30 to 40 to 50 years of baseball there. And when it comes to that community, I think it's what it needs. It's what grew me as a person. I'm currently sitting in study hall for the college that I coach at. Actually, Randy's kid came up here and played. So giving back to the community a little bit with a scholarship to his kid. But in particular, I wanted to address the memorial wall. I know a lot of the names on that wall. Hal Lopez, Dale Bailey, Mark Brooker. Those guys were family to me, and they always were. And obviously, I do look at that as my dad's gravesite. And if those guys knew the opportunity that Phil was giving, those guys would be the first ones out there with the sledgehammer ready to move it. And I stand by that statement. I believe that my dad and a lot of the people on that wall would be in full support. And on top of that, I've reached out to Kim Metcalf, Michael Metcalf's mother. He's the soldier that has the bus in the park there. And she's also in full support of guaranteeing baseball there. She knows what it meant to her son. I played on a team with Michael Metcalf. And my dad coached him actually before he was president. So, that's, to me, that's I think the idea of the memorial will still be honored. But I think that those guys would agree with me if they were here today that that shouldn't prevent anything from happening out there with the Little League field. So.
All right, I take it that was the end. Thank you so much for your time, sir. And let's move on to the next public comment speaker. Mani, who is the next person online?
Our next speaker is Jesse DeBrowner. Jesse, you're unmuted, but you're self-muted. Please click the microphone next to your name. Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. My name is Jesse DeBronner. I have known Phil since I was about 7, 8 years old when my family moved from Delray Beach to Boynton Beach. Grew up playing baseball with him. We grew up in the neighborhood together. I was a Delray National kid. Went to Atlantic High School, graduated Atlantic High School in 1996. So I spent a lot of time at all the local baseball fields. One thing that held true to just about anybody during those days was nobody wanted to go play at Boynton. The fields were not up to par as the other fields in the area, and it was just a place that you didn't want to go. What he is doing is trying to uplift the community, not just in a way of self-promotion or through his business, but in a way of making Boynton Beach an area where people want to be, something that's all year round. It's not just for baseball. It's for all sports. It's for families to come together. It's for families to travel from out of town to come and watch their, cousins and nephews and nieces play a sport that they love. It's going to allow for growth. It's going to allow for continued evolution of that area. I know other people have talked about, cemeteries and things like that. And the other places that you mentioned, the middle schools and elementary schools that are no longer being used, those are perfect areas for different types of, memorial settings and things of that nature. It does not have to be that particular area. What is known for that particular area is baseball. It's known for the fields. You knew when you were driving, down Woolbright at night, you could see the lights coming over the overpass in 95. And it's just doesn't seem like there's a bad outcome for this. It's moving forward. It's progress. It's not tearing something down and making it worse. It's bringing people in. It's bringing high profile athletes who will bring in the children who watch them on television. And to the gentleman that talked about 17,000 kids living in poverty, those children are watching television. Those children are seeing people who they would otherwise never get to see in their life and possibly have the opportunity to walk into a facility and see them. And you have absolutely no idea what that does to a child. Going and watching the Braves in spring training when they were still in West Palm Beach in, the late 80s was something that has stuck with me my entire life. I'm a diehard Mets fan, but, seeing those guys and realizing that they were actual people is something that you cannot take that opportunity away from a child. And this is not going to take that away.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Manny, was there anybody else? I want to make sure we don't miss anybody.
We have 2 more speakers. Our next speaker is Jacqueline Style. Jacqueline, you're unmuted, but you're self-muted. Please click the microphone next to your name. Jacqueline, can you click the microphone?
Let me unmute.
Yep, there you are.
Oh, there it goes. Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes,
perfect. First off, that's Jacqueline Sly. First off, I want to thank the city for the improvements they have made at the Little League Park. I'm a native of Boynton Beach, played at Little League Park when we were just Boynton Little League. My 3 children currently play there and have for the last 8 years. I have a couple concerns in regards to this facility. I hear a lot of talk with Mike Barwis's name, but I understand that the lease is in Primetime Sports Group. I'm not quite sure what the connection is there and if who's actually funding this. Is it Mike Barwis or is this Primetime Sports? I was also a part of Extreme Home Makeover renovation and saw the great work that can be done at the Little League Park, but then 6 months later to a year saw what can happen if it's not maintained with TV stolen, vandalization. Who is going to maintain after these improvements that are being promised? Is the city going to be responsible for that? Is Phil going to be responsible or Primetime Sports for that? Everything sounds great, but is there a long-term plan for having this maintained? It's taken us a long time to get where we are with our fields, and we are looked down on. You go to Delray, you go to Lantana, our field is not up to par, and I'd like to see the improvements more to the field first than to a building for professional athletes. I give my children, private lessons. I drive to Wellington, Montana. Facility that's going to be offered to the children that closes at 5 p.m. It's going to do for the community children of East Boynton. They're all still in school. Our private lessons at these facilities are after hours. They're 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night. So I'm not quite sure how a facility that's closing at 5 p.m. closed on Sundays is going to benefit our children in East Boynton when they are still in school for that. So I'd like to ask the commission if they could please table this so that more parents can be informed of this. I only found out because I was at the field tonight. Half the parents I spoke to had no clue this was even being brought up. So I'm not even sure if the neighborhood behind us knows about this. So I'd like some more publicization of this so that more parents and more citizens can be involved in this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Monty, we're going to move on to the final speaker, if I'm correct.
Yes, we have one last speaker, Jessica Ferguson. Jessica, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and apologies as I really had every intention of being there this evening. I, too, as Jacqueline, have 3 boys that currently play at East Boynton and have been playing there for over 8 years. I am also a member on the East Boynton Little League board, and I feel that I've contributed a lot to the league. I want to first also thank Frankie and Casey for all the improvements in the city as well, right? For all the improvements that you guys have made as of late. Thank you. But I also want to make it a point to clearly state exactly what it is that the city is doing versus what is being said that Primetime / Phil Turano is doing. I don't think it's been very concise, not even in the meeting today, as to who's doing what. I've heard first Casey mentioned earlier that Primetime was going to do fields 4 and 5, but then backtracked and said no when questioned what was actually in the agreement, that Primetime is only covering field 4. So I just want to make sure that we're all understanding exactly what Primetime is really footing the bill for versus what the city is doing. And I'm piggybacking on a couple of topics that Barbara Reedy brought up as well. Parking is a big issue, and I understand. I'm all for this facility, but I also feel that it's the wrong location. Parking is a big issue that we have, and yes, we're quote unquote adding parking spots. However, we're using those parking spots right now, and I feel at the end of the day, once this is done, we're actually going to lose a few spots. I see where this could benefit, but I just think, again, we're looking at the wrong place. I think if we have a different location with more space, and maybe he can have the 1,200 as opposed to the 700 square foot facility and have teams go there, I think would be ideal. I also agree with Jacqueline on possibly tabling your decision to use and have more public knowledge as to what's happening. So I tried to communicate a little through Facebook, but I can only do so much, and making aware of what was actually happening. I feel that it's so important for our East Boynton Little League players to have T-ball fields, and I appreciate that we're getting 1 in all of this, but I really feel that 2 would be ideal. Our T-ball team is currently 8 to 10 teams. And they're playing in the grass. They're playing, at 8:15 in the morning in order for them to get field time. And I think if we are able to give them those 2 fields, we'll be able to better manage them and their families, using the field availability. There's a few other things that I want to speak about. I'm not sure how much time I have left, but again, my biggest, call out would be if we could table this.
Your time just expired. Thank you so much, Ms. Ferguson. All right. Mani, final check. Did we miss anybody online, or that was the last one?
No, sir, that was the last one.
All right. Public comments are now closed. So at this time, I'd like to call back up staff, Mr. Young, Mr. Lazo, and also the applicant, Mr. Turano. If any of you would like to address any of the comments that were made so the commission can be fully informed. All right. So feel free to begin wherever you'd like, either one of you gentlemen.
Just to address one of the issues about what exactly is the responsibility of Primetime Sports Group, according to this agreement, it is to build Field 5, which was on the diagram. the master plan, the overall master plan includes turfing of field 4 and the other improvements that were listed on the overall master plan. Again, but just so I'm clear about it, Phil's responsibility will be building of field 5, the indoor training facility, the parking to accommodate the indoor training facility, and the park entry sign, along with scoreboards for all of the fields. Again, this is the city's master plan, and those other issues that or other concerns or improvements that are included in our overall master plan will be essentially the city's responsibility, as we will try to make those improvements happen. But for the agreement, it is the T-ball field or field 5 listed on the diagram there.
All right, anything else to add, Casey? Or we can always come back to you. And Mr. Toronto, would you like to respond to any of the items that were brought up?
Yes, sir. Thank you. You know, once again, this is about kids. This is about doing something good in the community. I've been working on this for well over 2+ years. Okay, and I've tried to educate where my heart is, what my sole intentions are. I've sat with the board of directors. I've sat with the city, Parks and Rec. I've told every person that has wanted to listen to me about this project what I'd like to do. This is not about money for me. Thank God, knock on wood, I have a lot of opportunity in the career that I chose, which is Major League Baseball and being an agent. This is about me giving back to my hometown. This is about me coming in here. Nobody asked me to. I came here myself. I approached them. I approached the city. I came in here and said, this is where I grew up. This is where I started. And if it wasn't for this community, I don't know if I would be where I am today and what I was doing on those fields as a kid. How I had the passion to go after everything that I wanted to go after in my life. So when we talk about money and we talk about parking and we talk about playgrounds and bathrooms and everything else, I know we can all figure it out together because this is good for the community. I'll give you an extra bathroom. My uncle's sitting over there. He's a plumber. Toronto Plumbing and Remodeling. Okay. He'll come out there and he'll build my bathrooms if we need it. If these kids need an extra bathroom, they'll get it. If these kids need more parking, they'll get it. If these kids need to learn how to walk again and play baseball at the same time, that's what they're going to get. Not about money. Let's do it for the kids. That's what we're here for. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, let's go back to board questions and comments. Vice Mayor Cruz, let's begin with you.
All right, this is a question for the attorney, just so I understand, and I'm reading verbatim the proposed resolution. It says a resolution of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, issuing a motion to proceed pursuant to R15020 and approving and authorizing the mayor to sign a comprehensive agreement for ground lease and training facility with Primetime Sports. So does that mean that the commission itself would make a motion, theoretically speaking, if the commission made a motion to approve and move forward with this, then we would never look at this again? Is that what that means?
Yeah, this is the approval of the agreement itself. So once you approve the agreement, they're going to proceed under the terms of the agreement unless it has to be amended or anything like that.
Well, what about the site plan? This is not everything, right? So in other words, maybe it's good. I'm sorry.
Well, the agreement this is the vote on the agreement. If there are other items that implement this that have to come back to you, you'll have to see them again. I don't know. I would think that the baseball plan would come back, would it not?
Through the permitting process. So again, we put together conceptual plans of location of the facility and the improvements. If the agreement is signed to move forward, as Phil or Primetime Sports Group goes through the permitting process, then those drawings will be reviewed and there will be more detailed drawings of the site plan, of the phases to move forward with. So again, right now we're kind of in a draft conceptual drawing with this. But again, as they go through the permitting process, you will have more detailed drawings. Now, for that process, I'm not sure if that comes back to the commission or not, but actually the agreement is what's before you tonight.
I can answer that, yeah. So as a part of our approval process through the planning and zoning department and building department, they do have administrative. This would fall under that administrative function. Anything 10,000 and less as a new building would be under that administrative function and would be considered a minor site plan adjustment. So that would be approved administratively. Anything over 10 would come back to you for a formal approval with the board approval.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
What do you mean by 10,000 or lower?
10,000 square foot building. So the code was set up to allow for additional buildings up to 10,000 square feet.
And where are we today with this?
Right now, it's proposed as 7,500 square feet.
All right, Vice Mayor, any other questions?
Not at this time.
All right, any other questions from my colleagues? Commissioner Kelly?
Sorry. Phil, when we met and spoke up in Palm Beach Gardens and we were looking at that facility, you had initially proposed that you were looking at about a 7,500 square foot building, but then when we were up in the gardens and you looked at their facility, you were thinking that you would want to possibly, if it fits, once you do the site plan, and this is my concern, so I'm glad, Vice Mayor, I'm glad you brought that up, because there was going to be language in this agreement. I don't see it in here where it kind of gave, there's a little bit of language. It's like 5.1 and it talks about approximately 7,500. But there was some conversation that there could be more than that and it was going to be within the agreement. My concern with that is because of everyone's concerns as far as parking. I'm not comfortable with a larger building if it takes away something that could be used for another purpose or kept the memorial where it was or provided additional parking, because I understand that, I mean, every youth sporting event on a Saturday morning, parking is an issue. I've been to them many times myself. You drive in circles waiting for parking spots. So I get it. I want to make sure though that we're making sure that we're doing everything that we can. So that was my question, because the agreement doesn't give any sort of window. It's clear that it's 7,500 or approximately. So the language is a little vague to me as far as, as far as what you're proposing.
So my initial proposal was whatever I could possibly get at the fields. That won't interrupt the kids. That won't interrupt baseball or parking for that matter. So whatever, I stand by that. Whatever we can fit to make a good situation for the community is fine with me.
Right. So then, but then the issue becomes since this is potentially based on the city's rules, the only time that we really get to talk about the square footage or the size, if it's under the 10,000 square foot threshold, I want it to be clear that and I know it's hard. We don't have a good site plan, and maybe this is something where we actually get to see a true site plan when it's done and it doesn't just get pushed through the city, because I want to make sure if this is something that we don't have an official site plan. We don't have everything truly measured out. We don't know for a fact, all of how everything is going to be set up, that I would feel more comfortable knowing that we're going to see this, not necessarily the agreement, but we're going to see the plan and we're going to see how it's going to be in its final form.
Commissioner, would you want to have a clause put in the agreement to require the final development plan to be approved by the city commission?
That would make me more comfortable.
Yeah. I think that because of that threshold and because of that 10,000 that the city can push through a building that's less than 10,000 square feet, I want to know how this is going to look. I think it's important enough to the residents that they're here and the Little League parents that are here. I think it needs to be that important to us too, that we make sure that this is we're getting what we're talking about.
Commissioner Kelly, I think that's an excellent idea. That'll give the public another opportunity to speak on that as well, to make sure that they see the whole thing before we move forward, right? Is there anything else from my colleagues? Commissioner Turkin?
No, the XLB, that's a good point, the competition. Do we have any site plans that have been submitted for that? In West Palm Beach, but not in West Boynton. So
all right,
Adam Temple.
1 second. I'm going to discourage this back and forth because we need you at the microphone for the record. Okay. So that's fine. It already happened. But if you did want to add anything else, we just need it on the record.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Mayor.
sir.
Can Adam Temple or someone from development, can we confirm if there has been any submission of a plan from XLB?
Good evening, Adam Temple Development Services. Commissioner, to my knowledge, I'm not aware of any development application for that project.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And then from my understanding, this has, what?
Frankie Lazo, Assistant Director, Recreation and Parks. So I can speak to XLB Baseball. They actually rent permits for the field from us, but that's the only involvement that we've had with them. So they ran some camps, but they paid for those permits.
Okay.
So that's the only thing.
Got it. And I think there's some historical context to this. This isn't the first time this has been brought up or has been proposed to city staff. You mentioned you've been working on this for 2.5 years.
Yes, sir.
Until I met with you and Mike Barwas and Andrew Mack and Casey, and then obviously we're having a discussion today. I've never heard of this proposition. So is this something new or is this something that has been discussed?
I can touch on that, or Casey, either or.
Well, just to answer your question, so before the unsolicited proposal was brought to the city, Phil did attend a city commission meeting during public comment, and he brought this idea to previous commission with the idea of doing that and seeing what kind of feedback he received from that. But again, it wasn't an official agenda item. It was just during public comment that he brought this idea to us. And then as we went through the process, the agreement was worked on for the last 2 years, making sure that we made sure the city was safe and trying to put as many catch falls as we could in the agreement. So again, it just took time to really draft it. And then once we were close to a finalized agreement, we brought it forth.
Awesome. Thank you for that clarification. So the clause, I think, is a good idea. City Attorney, Commissioner Kelly, is this something that you agree to?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's all I got.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Turkin. Anything else from my colleagues to my right?
No, just, it's not bad news, the fact that we're gonna, bring this back. I know it probably might make you nervous or whatnot, but we just want to make sure that we do our due diligence as we're representing the residents of Boynton Beach.
Right.
And it's a big deal. Like, this project is going to be huge. It has a lot of positives to it, but we have to make sure that we're covering ourselves and making sure that we're doing everything we can.
But my only feelings at this point is when somebody approaches for doing something for kids, and this has been talked about for a little while now. I just didn't just come here. I'm on the agenda. The board has been spoke with. Parks and Rec has done a great job of going back and forth with everybody over there. Unfortunately, in this world, there's naysayers. And in my opinion, we're not looking at the real true value of this. If we're gonna worry about an extra 2,500 square feet, just let me know. I'll shorten the 2,500 square feet. Let's go in doing this for the right reasons, not because of 2,500 square feet. Let's go in because it's gonna help children walk again. And let's go in it because children are going to get to play on a field that normally wouldn't be able to get to play on it. The Little League asked for a T-ball field. I gave them a T-ball field. There's no Little League in America that has a designated one T-ball field. My son plays at West Boynton, okay? Because we're not in the boundaries for East Boynton currently right now until they reopen the boundaries, okay? West Boynton uses 4 fields. East Boynton has 4 fields. They managed to be able to do the scheduling around 18 teams, not 8. Okay? 18 teams, 4, 5, and 6-year-olds are able to go on it at 8 o'clock in the morning and 9 o'clock in the morning and 10 o'clock in the morning without having any issues. Why does East Boynton board members have an issue with scheduling? They have less. We're making this about all kids. So when they came up with their concerns, I looked at Casey and Frankie, I said, whatever they need to get this done for the community. And these are the things we agreed on. I don't see the problem.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Toronto. Commissioner Hay?
I listened to all the comments, and my position at this point is that everybody may not agree with me, but I think the good of this project outweigh the bad. I see this as an opportunity for our kids here in Boynton who have suffered so long of not having proper fields for sports. We have a lot of great athletes here in Boynton Beach. Even how many cities can say they have a Heisman Trophy winner? I mean, it just goes on and on and on. If any of you ever have an opportunity to come out to Ezel Hester Center on Saturday to watch our Bulldogs play and look at the participation of all races, they have tents that are triple deep all the way around the field. There is a tremendous hunger for athletics in this city of Boynton Beach. I know because I've lived here for over 50 years and I've seen it grow, and I see this being a great project for the city and for Boynton. I know some feel that this is not the right location. Maybe there's a school that's abandoned that will give them more. But that school is not right off of I-95. That school would not have the drawing card of a potential hotel that could be erected that we need so bad here in the city of Boynton. When I saw what I saw up in Palm Beach Gardens, I know we won't come close to that, but we'll be right in the neck of the woods with the facility that could be over there. Even finding those other locations to be potential grave sites. I know we're running out, both at Woolbright and also in the District 2 area, but we as a city could come to the table and look at other other locations to expand that and create. So I just feel I don't want to hold this project up. I think Phil has done a great job along with his colleagues. I know you're never going to get everybody on the same page. But when I really look at what this project could do for our kids in the city, I just have to just call it like I see it at this point. We are somewhat paranoid, at least I am to some extent, because we've been burned in the past. And we don't want to go down that road again. I don't have a crystal ball, but I don't get that feeling about this project like I did when I sat out there in the audience and the commission made the decision. I was about to explode, and then I got up here and I was still outvoted. But this is a project that I think we can all be proud of when the push comes to shove. I do feel that way. So that's my position at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. Is that a motion from you, Commissioner?
That's a yes. That's a motion on my part that we approve proposed resolution number R22-100.
All right, 1 second. Don't clap yet. There are a couple of you out there.
Commissioner Hay, you got a second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Hay to approve resolution number R22-160, and we have a second from Commissioner Turkin. We have heard from the public, we've heard from the applicant, we've heard from staff. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Just to clarify,
Yes.
it's the agreement as presented, or is it
With the amendment. that
with
we
the
discussed,
amendment?
Commissioner.
Okay, just want to be clear.
That's the amendment that I heard that was brought up initially by Council and Commissioner Kelly.
Kelly, right.
And to be clear, Commissioner Hay, that is your motion with
That is my motion.
with the amendment.
With the amendment. Yeah.
All right, just want to make sure everybody's in the same
Just want to
page.
clarify that. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that, Council. We want to be absolutely clear. And Commissioner Turkin, is that still your second? With the
Yeah,
amendment?
that's the impression I was under.
Okay. All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, it is 10:42. We have a couple of more items left on the agenda.
That's my computer.
Yes. Now, commissioners, would you like to take a short break or just
No,
power through it?
no, let's finish.
That's fine.
I'll just,
I want to go home.
I know we added.
Your item is next.
Yeah. Like, are we gonna sit, I don't want to like bulldoze through this conversation, so like.
I mean, it's just a discussion and we're
Yeah,
not doing
so
anything final.
let's table that discussion and allow everyone to do some research on this nonprofit. You have the pamphlets here. I just challenge you to do your research. And then the next meeting that we're at, we're prepared. And, we have a better leg to stand on when we discuss this.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. And we don't actually have an item, so there's nothing to table, but we'll have this discussion in a
Which
future
item is
date.
that?
No, this is the item here requested be added.
Oh,
A
that's
discussion on
the
Good warrior.
Wounded Warriors
Wounded Warriors.
nonprofit. Yeah, ARPA funds.
We'll list it on future agenda.
Yeah.
I know we still got to
Thank you,
cover
Mike.
2 more items.
All right, so that concludes new business. We're now going to move on to legal. Proposed resolution number, 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, would you mind taking your conversations outside? We do have more business to do. All right.
We're getting there.
Yeah, we're getting there. It's all right. All right, could we have somebody close that door, please? All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're now moving on to section 12, legal. 12A is proposed resolution number R22-161, authorize the mayor to sign an easement agreement with Boynton Wildlife LLC to allow access, evaluation, restoration, and maintenance of the mangrove wetland area located at Intracoastal Park. Deputy City Manager would like to introduce this item.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. We were approached by an organization that was looking, they needed to do some wetland mitigation, and they chose Intercoastal Park and our existing mangrove area there that's in the east portion of that park. And I'm giving you the abbreviated version, by the way. So when they approached us, they wanted to enter into an agreement, which would then take the existing land that we have there. That's an easement for the mangrove. They were going to improve the mangrove to back to its original state, and then they were going to maintain it for the next 5 years. And they're doing this as an offset to their project, which is outside of the city, to meet their mitigation. So it's kind of a win-win. They get bring back our wetland mangrove area back to its pristine state, and then they will continue to maintain it for the next 5 years.
Okay, excellent. Mr. Lazo, do you want to add anything?
Frankie Lazo, Assistant Director, Recreation and Parks. Short, sweet, to the point. Basically just echoing on what Andrew said. So we were approached probably 6 months ago by Boynton Wildlife LLC. And then we met with all departments that will be involved. So sustainability, utilities, public works, parks maintenance, engineering. And we kind of had these meetings and drafted everything and then started working with legal to make sure that everything was lining up. So this project is really a restoration. It's a design. It's to, you know, bring back endangered species, any wildlife species that we have, and really enhance the natives out there in Intercoastal Park and then in the mangrove area. And then it's tying into the Lake Worth Lagoon initiative. So it's really, it runs along that preserve. And then they'll fund this project 100% and the maintenance for 5 years to come. So that'll be a savings on the city, savings with resources for staff. So that's a benefit for sure. And then they're working with CN Environmental that's going to design it. And they've done some projects in Boynton. And then there'll be regulations with the Army Corps of Engineers, DEP, city staff, and Palm Beach County. And then, you know, just it really came from Palm Beach County. While Boynton Wildlife presented it to us, and then we vetted it with all city staff, different departments, and legal. So, you know, just thank you to all those departments involved. And then they're working with utilities as well. It's not in conjunction with this item, but that may come to you later at a later date to do some restoration at the Inca ponds as well. So really, it's a win-win for the city, and that's really what it is.
Thank you for that update, Mr. Lazo. Any questions or comments from my colleagues' staff while they're on the podium? All right, Commissioner Kelly.
Yeah, thank you for this project. I think that it is so important. But I also want to kind of ask city staff to look at what we could do at JC Park. I've gone to a couple of beach cleanups or intercoastal cleanups, and the mangroves in that area are constantly filled because there's no seawall and there's nothing to protect the mangroves. They're full of garbage all the time. And I know we can't prevent boats from throwing garbage, but what can, you know, this is a great project, and maybe JC Park needs to be on our list of potential what to look for in the future, because as much as the intercoastal beach cleanups happen, they don't happen enough. If you go to JC Park and you go to Intercoastal Park and you see just how quickly the mangroves get consumed with garbage and then they just die. We found clothes and blankets and garbage, and they kill the mangroves. So that's something that has come up recently in doing beach cleanups, is just how much our whole intercoastal area needs some TLC for sure. So I'm excited about this. I think this is a great solution at Intercoastal Park to enhance that mangrove environment. So thank you.
Yeah, I can speak to that too. Austin and Teresa are in the crowd, so they've waited out the whole meeting. And this is the first one that we wanted to do. Obviously, Inca Ponds is one that would follow, and then they really want to work with the city. So this is really the first pilot that we're doing, and then hopefully many more projects to come.
All right, thank you. Anything else from my colleagues?
Nope, I think this is awesome. Thank y'all for your hard work.
All right, Vice Mayor or Commissioner Hay?
Yeah, no, I mean,
I'm good.
I'm very grateful for this. Great project.
All right, great.
Ready to make a motion.
Oh, we got to do public comment. Let's do public comment and then we'll do a
Man, let's
motion. All
move
right?
it. Let's move it.
Anybody in the room that would like to speak on this item, now is the time to approach the podium, and then after which we'll go online. So make sure to have your digital hands raised online after all the in-person public comment speakers have completed. That is the conclusion of when we'll accept digital
Apologies,
hands.
I don't mean to make your meeting longer.
No,
I'm just
it's fine.
curious.
I'm sorry, could you say your name for the record?
Okay, Barbara Reedy. I think I heard Frankie say that this is to offset and mitigate some other project. I was just curious what project it's offsetting, and it raises concerns simply because of Riverwalk and that mangrove situation there, that if developers are allowed to offset and mitigate and suddenly develop on mangroves because of being able to do this. I was just curious.
All right, thank you. And we'll have staff address these questions after all the comments are in. Is there anybody else in person that would like to speak on this? Now is the time to approach the podium.
My name is Thomas Jerry Thiebaud. Nature is what I go by, but the owner of the plantation. The point that or the proposal that I mentioned about the park, it's kind of irate that when I come back in here after trying to talk to Phil Sorrento and recognize he doesn't have the respect for himself as he does the car on the street. I realize he's presenting another proposal that that would fit my Norris natural stream system way better and benefit him, benefit his proposal as well, his agenda. Norris natural stream system would be a natural filtration system for the water. I also wanted to propose this Norris natural stream system to the waterway that's running right next to the park, that's right by railroad at the end of the railroad, that runs by the Police City lot. It's like 2 blocks from the Police City tow lot. Right next to that property that I was asking about, I was talking about the iguana sanctuary, having it put there. But that waterway right there would be great to have steps of gardens on the edge of that waterway and have pumped the water up through these through piping that would water these gardens regularly, and the gardens would filter out the contaminants of the water and also put the nutrients back into the water. You'll see so many fish will be around the garden plots where the water runs back into the waterway. You'll have huge amounts of fish right in that area. They would love that. But that's one of my proposals. I would like to make a call out, please. I got less 1 minute. To OSHA. She's from Melbourne, Australia, and she was. I met her in Coconut Grove, Miami, and I want to apologize so greatly to you, OSHA. I did not know you were not married. I understand you were married to Jason. So I did not want to disrespect you. I apologize so much, and I'm going to walk this path again just so I could have that opportunity again with you. And then Katie and Lee Miller, my mom lied on you, Kay. And that's the reason you had dementia. Hit you like a rope, like a ton of bricks. Kay, Lee, I hope you'll talk to my mom about that. And Joe, Grandpa, my mom didn't respect the fact of how you could have got healthy.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker. Now is the time to approach the podium. There are 2 podiums. Just somebody get in front of one of them.
Otherwise, close it.
All right. Going once, going twice. 3. All right, guys. This is staff. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's just get going, please.
Always a gameplay here. Always, no matter what you do, beginning to end. Ernest McNulty, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach. Look, I live here now. I'm planning to stay. I find it so interesting the way these meetings go. It's always the public calls in, has a lot of problems. A lot of people here have a lot of problems with things. Then during the meeting, you empathize like, oh, we know what you're going through. Right? And then it always ends the same way. How does it end? You always vote and approve. Always. It never fails. Right? And then what's even more surprising is whenever you vote, the people who object along the way, when it comes time to vote, you always do the same thing. All 5 of you vote yes. So what I'm trying to figure out is how the taxpayers, homeowners like us, there's even people up here who don't own homes and live in Boynton Beach and are on this commission or whatever. There's people here who give, post office boxes as their address and phony phone numbers and stuff. And we don't get a chance to say anything. except we always have to listen to the person who's in charge of my district, Mr. Hay. He always gets what he wants, no matter what, denies all the facts. And then if you say anything, they say, oh my God, you're attacking him personally. Well, attacking who personally? How many people call in about the SJ case? How many people call in about overdevelopment, too much stuff, building things that really, come on, when you build this thing by 95 with that hotel, with liquor and everything, you see what that's doing to other cities. And you're going to say, you all are on the record with saying that every kid in Boynton Beach who wants to use these parks is going to somehow be bused there and can use it, etc. You know, that's not a fact. And what you're planning with this oceanfront thing, if ever you go there, it's always the same thing. They're not supposed to have pit bulls and dogs. They're not supposed to have alcohol. They're not supposed to be blowing weed and stuff, but that's what they do. And it's mostly out-of-towners. Every single thing you're approving with this commission, especially, it's for out-of-towners. I go to Oceanfront Park. I'm a member there. I don't meet anybody from the city, nobody. And then when you do things like in the parks, you start messing with the parking where you say, oh, it's no more $10. Now it's $1.50.
All right, your time has expired. Thank you. No. All right, last call for speakers in person in the chambers. Seeing none, we're going to move online. Is there anybody online, Manny, that would like to speak on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
All right, public comments are now closed. We're going to return back to staff and any final questions or comments from my colleagues. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor Cruz, and I heard a second from Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you. We're now moving on to 12B, proposed resolution number R22-162. Approve the tenant bill of rights. Council, I think it would be appropriate if you introduce this.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission, this is a resolution to approve the form. This is the next step in implementation as the ordinance you adopted this evening on second reading provides for this form to be approved and by the City Commission.
All right, thank you, Council. Questions or comments for staff or Council?
Nope, I'd like to entertain a motion.
All right.
I'd like to entertain a second.
Was that your motion?
That was my motion.
All right, I heard a motion from Commissioner Turkin. I heard a second. I'm sorry, one second.
Got that.
Public comments. I want to make sure we do this right. I know, I'm sorry. Some of you are shaking your head, but I want to do this right and legal and proper. So I can see all the faces, guys. Is there anybody who would like to speak on this item in the chambers? Now is the time to approach the podium.
Hi, Ernest Mignoli, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach. I appreciate that you like to have civility in these meetings, but I'm going to make the accusation that your comments, a lot of times snide comments, smiles, it's like a passive aggressive kind of thing that you don't like people who disagree with you. You don't like people who are a different political party or a different lifestyle party, or you don't like people who don't agree with, you know, a lot of the things that you say that are literally not factual, and yet we have no recourse. And here's an example. Here's an example. And I find it most interesting that you always deny all the lawsuits that you're generating here, and yet you still smile. You guys have smiles on your face like everything is a joke. Everybody I talk to in this city, merchants and everybody, is suing this city. They're suing over you giving contracts. Look at the managers at the golf course fired. Look at the lady who gives out contracts to the restaurants. Got the contract. Look, suing the city lawyers, suing the city, right, for discrimination. And yet you laugh about everything. Everything's a joke. Well, how do you get away with this? I don't get it. And we're the taxpayers. And that you demand, and yet you allow people to insult us when we walk outside. You get these looks on your face like, oh, you know, this mayor makes, I'm sorry to call you a mayor because I don't believe you are the mayor, but you know, makes comments like, oh, you know, riveting comments, Mr. McNolly, and always got smiles, but will never answer how come we have to keep paying $28,000, $30,000 a year for a crosswalk, right? And I can't get a nativity scene here, and that's violating my civil rights. But they think it's funny, and they're using taxpayers' money, and we don't like it. But wait, no, your answer to everything is smile. You smile from the post office boxes that you say you live in. I don't see what's so funny about that. Living in a post office box, putting that on an application, and nobody will check anything out. Now we just find Al Kelly here. Right, West Palm Beach Post Office with a phony phone number. Is that my fault? No, well, you gonna blame me for that now? Look at the applications you're taking. Look at the developers. You're not checking them out. Look what you did to the lawsuit with the people with the concession at Oceanfront Park. Look at that lawsuit. Discrimination. Look at it, and you fire everybody. That's how you respond to everything. You fire the golf course manager. You fire the lady Parat, whatever her name is, who did that contract.
All right, thank you. Next, public comment speakers. Next, approach to the podium, please.
Start the time, please. That's good that you don't believe he's the mayor, because that's the first step to knowing. That's the first step to knowing. You have to
Sir,
not believe.
please speak to us.
Yes, my name is Thomas Jerry Thiebaud, Junior Nature is what I'm known as. I am the owner of the plantation. It was given to me by Jesus. Jesus said, everything, first of creation, everything is created through and by him. Without him, nothing is created. For anything to exist, it has to be created. As Jesus said, he created himself. I have done the same. I wanted to point out that your police department here is great. Your police seem like they're very, very respectful of the facts of situations. You know, as I just came from St. Augustine, Florida, and the police actually gave me a ride down here from there. I think they were afraid they were going to shoot me. I was going to force them to shoot me. They're the worst police I've ever come across. They like people to be ignorant. He even told me that specifically. We want people to be ignorant so they can control the situation. There's only one officer I've met here so far.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner.
Unless an individual is speaking about the item that we're discussing, okay, they don't need to speak. We're talking about proposed resolution number R22-162, approve the tenant bill of rights. That's all we need to hear. We don't need to hear about your relatives. We don't need to hear about another country. We don't need all of that. If you're not going to speak about this item, you need to sit down.
I apologize. I do want to comment that I appreciate y'all's ears.
Thank you.
All right, is there anybody online on this item?
Mr. May, we have no hands raised.
All right, public comments are now closed. We have a motion to approve resolution R22-162.
So moved.
We have, I heard a motion from Commissioner Kelly, and then we have a second from Vice Mayor Cruz.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. 1 second, ladies and gents, there's one more item. We have an announcement from legal.
Mayor, members,
It's only an announcement.
it's a request. These are two requests. I'll try to make it quick, but not too quick. Mayor, members of the City Commission, recall that on August 16th, I had requested a closed door session pursuant to section 286.0118 Florida statutes in the case of City of Boynton Beach versus JKM BTS Capital LLC, Palm Beach County Circuit Court case number 50-2020 CA 012780XXXX MB. Given the request was several weeks ago, I just wanted to once again, make the request on the record. Those in attendance are expected to be the mayor, the members of the city commission, city manager Dan Duggar, city special litigation counsel Tom Baird, myself, and a court reporter. And we'll be coordinated a date and time based upon availability. We would expect it to last about an hour. And one more.
Oh, there's another?
Yeah, we want to ask for a shade meeting in E2L. So I need to go through that real quick. Mayor, members of the city commission pursuant to section 286.0118 Florida statutes, attorney-client closed-door session is requested to discuss the case of E2L Real Estate Solutions LLC versus City of Boynton Beach, Palm Beach County Superior Court case number 50-2022 CA 006010. Those in attendance are expected to be the mayor, members of the city commission, city manager Dan Duggar, city special litigation counsel Catherine Rosmel, and Amy Petrick, myself, and court reporter. We will, like the other one, be coordinated a date and time based on availability. We would expect this meeting to also last approximately an hour. Thank you.
Thank you, council. Is that the conclusion?
That's the conclusion of
All right.
the request.
Any final questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, may I have a motion to adjourn for the evening?
No move.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. This meeting is adjourned. Have a great night, everybody. And thank you for all those. Thank you for all those for being patient, residents, staff, and family. Thank you.